Okay, so do you, Esther and Terence, want to give an small open remarks before Manish starts?
Hello, everybody, and good morning. I think some of our members are still struggling, but they will be joining us as we progress. And good morning, Manesh. I see also Anele is online. Can read this. The additional person. Who's this? Beatrice. Oh, okay. And thank you very much, and also feel welcomed in the room.
Good morning, everyone. And yeah, sorry, Anele, you can't be with us today because of some of the demonstrations. But hopefully we might see you later today and certainly tomorrow. And likewise, Manesh, it would have been great for you to be here. But thank you for joining us virtually. So just to say that we are recording this session, and for our colleagues for the SGP in Africa, we will share it, the information with them with the recording. And we may have one or two other colleagues from Sierra Leone and from Kenya joining us shortly. So without further ado, maybe let's turn over to you, Manesh.
Yeah, good morning to you, colleagues. For those who do not know me, I'm Manish Lakul, the Global Coordinator for the Biodiversity Credit Alliance. And I think I am the one who is unfortunate, the one and only who is unfortunate enough to be missing in that room and being physically present in the past couple of days of very interesting events. But nevertheless, I am with you all now virtually, but before that, also spiritually, I was there. And well, I think before I go into my kind of presentation, I just wanted to thank again the UNDP South Africa colleagues, Dashini, Anele, Motse, and lots of others. And of course, UNDP Jeff Small Grants Program, starting from Terence to Beatrice to all the national coordinators who could join. And of course, to IEG members who could make it. And above all, to Esther for making this happen and also being able to drive IEG to this point. So I really hope this second event of its type of its kind will really help build those bridges that's necessary to bring forward the community-led action towards biodiversity credits. So I'll just move straight into my presentation, but colleagues, again, once I share my screen, so I won't be able to see the room except maybe a few. So if there are any questions, please feel free to interrupt. Or if you think I'm speaking too fast or too slow, just please feel free to interrupt me anytime. I'll try to limit my talk to about 30 to 35 minutes, and then, well, if time permits, we can then have some more open conversation around biodiversity credits. So with that, to the co-chairs, Esther and Terence, I will share my screen. And Beatrice, please let me know if it is visible.
It was, and now it's not.
Yes,
So
just it disappeared. Okay. Is it visible now?
it is. Perfect. Thank you. Now it's not.
Oh,
Now it is.
okay. It is, right? Okay. Yeah. This is the tech challenge that we have. But wonderful. So, yeah, I'll be talking a bit about biodiversity credits. And as you know, biodiversity credits are well complemented with what we know as Biodiversity Credit Alliance, which is really putting its efforts in aligning, the action at national, subnational level to really the national and global goals. So this is the general figure, which most of the colleagues may already be aware of because, well, the World Economic Forum says that 55% of by the way, I hear my own echo. Now, okay, better now. Thank you. Yeah, over 55% of the global GDP is highly or moderately connected to nature or to healthy ecosystems. I would say it's 100%, but if we look at only highly and moderately dependent, then yes, it's 55% of the global GDP. And then also the World Economic Forum publishes these reports of what we call the global risks. And out of 5 risks that are key to, well, the global economic development or economic progress, at least 3 are directly linked to nature. For instance, of course, severe climate impacts, loss of biodiversity, and so on. And that is actually, or that can actually lead up to $2.7 trillion of dent from the global GDP by 2030. And then coming closer to home, specifically in Africa, so we have the UN ECA, or the UN Economic Commission for Africa, which estimated that Africa is losing annually about $68 billion due to environmental degradation. So this really highlights the value of nature or biodiversity and the services that we depend on the global economy. So back in 2022, where the parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity came to an agreement that we know as the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And in the KMGBF, Target 19 specifically talks about the need to mobilize new and additional resources. Really increasing that ambition to up to $200 billion per year by 2030. And within that target, it talks about biodiversity credits as one of the instruments that will allow, that can help in terms of bringing those resources from private sector. So really creating a market mechanism to bring the funding from the private sector into conservation. So what is a biodiversity credit then? In 2024 May, Biodiversity Credit Alliance came up with a definition of biodiversity credit, which was generated through a broad consultation and through a consensus generating process. So according to the according to BCA, the definition is a certificate. A biodiversity credit is a certificate that represents a measured and evidence-based unit of positive biodiversity outcome that is durable and additional to what would have otherwise occurred. And based on this definition, we see 3 scenarios. One is uplift, where we are looking at a baseline and we would like to improve the condition. For instance, looking at degraded ecosystems or degraded landscapes and trying to improve it or restore it or uplift it. So creating these uplift credits. Then the second type is the avoided loss, where we know that there is a decreasing baseline, and then we would like to at least be able to improve that condition by addressing those threats. And those threats could be something, we're talking more on the imminent threats, like be it deforestation, be it poaching, be it habitat fragmentation, or even looking at invasive alien species, for instance, which can really affect the integrity of the biodiversity in that particular landscape or ecosystems. This creates what we call the avoided loss kind of credit. But what really sets biodiversity credit market apart from the preceding market, that is the carbon, is that this also allows the stewards to be rewarded for their maintenance or the stewardship. So really looking at intact ecosystems, which we well know through various studies and researches from the Western science as well, that well, there's greater value of having those intact ecosystems left unaltered. And the biodiversity credits could be a mechanism to channel funding towards really maintaining or stewarding what is intact. And this leads to what we call the maintenance or the stewardship credits. So moving forward, as we touched upon carbons, I just wanted to briefly talk about carbon, that biodiversity credits and carbon credits are considered the same, but there are some fundamental differences as well, because we know that the carbon credits are designed to really offset the emissions, while biodiversity credits are more looking at conservation or restoration of biodiversity or nature in general and the services that we benefit from. In terms of the measurements, so carbon is universal, as we know. There's a fungible unit, 1 ton of carbon dioxide emission. And it's the same globally. But biodiversity, as we all know, is diverse from its name itself. So what we are really looking at is ecological outcomes, which could be measured in different ways, from keystone species to species richness to habitat quality and composition and whatnot. So they are not fungible. Also, in terms of market maturity, so carbon has been around for over 2 decades, but actually it kicked off about a decade ago, especially after the Paris Agreement in 2015 and the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures and the Science-Based Targets Initiative and so on, which really have pushed the carbon market to where it is today, bringing scalability. But biodiversity is at a very early stage. It's just emerging, and that's where we need a lot of standardization and key guardrails to be put in place. And in terms of the co-benefits, so carbon, as we know, may include biodiversity co-benefits or social co-benefits. There are talks of now more of biodiversity neutral carbon credits or biodiversity positive carbon credits. But then for biodiversity credits, it may support carbon sequestration and also other ecosystem services, but also the cultural values, which are the core benefits or co-benefits of the biodiversity credits. So I won't go through all the details on this slide because there's quite a lot of information packed in this, but I just wanted to quickly touch upon the point that biodiversity credits is only one of the tools that's available to channel funding towards biodiversity targets, be it national level through the NBSAPs, the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, and global like the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. But we know that biodiversity credits are an instrument which are, of course, agnostic of jurisdictions. So it doesn't confine itself because biodiversity is also not confined to one specific jurisdiction. So biodiversity credits are not confined to jurisdiction and, of course, to use case as well. But one thing is clear that they are not a permit for anyone to go and extract or destroy nature elsewhere. So this is just a mechanism of supporting private sector's proactive action towards conservation, protection, or even in terms of their kind of conversion of their supply chains and so on. So really looking into risk mitigation and stuff. So I wanted to highlight here, mitigation hierarchy becomes key because, well, we are well aware that there are no operations which do not have any impact on nature or ecosystems. So we need to ensure that those impacts are minimized through a strategic step, like what we call the mitigation hierarchy, to ensure that the impact is minimal. And of course, offsetting comes within the mitigation hierarchy. But we believe that credits should really be taken as a way to really materialize, let's say, a corporate nature positive aspirations. And this is where tools or approaches or frameworks like the Task Force for Nature-related Financial Disclosure and the Science-Based Targets for Nature come in place, because we believe that these approaches or frameworks really help corporates understand their impact and the transitions that they need to adopt in ensuring that they are moving towards a nature positive direction. So some key lessons from carbon market, I'm summarizing it in bulk as integrity, inclusivity, equity, and innovation. Carbon space really tried to scale for funding, so they managed to bring in finances. But then there were a couple of core aspects which were left behind. For instance, integrity was left out. So that's what really allowed the cowboys, the crooks, and the clowns to jump into the space and make most out of it. Similarly, well, carbon market has somehow managed to alienate or exclude the key stakeholders, including the indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants from the process, and just have them as beneficiaries, which is also not a must, but a good to have beneficiaries. Equity, again, because of this kind of disparity or exclusion, so benefit sharing becomes a challenge as well. And then innovation, because this market emerged about 2 decades ago, where tech solutions like the distributed ledger technology, the AI and machine learning, and the remote sensing and the GIS tools and whatnot were not that advanced or did not exist. So it's still kind of like a market built on a lot of manual work. So having learned these lessons or having seen these challenges in the carbon space, so Biodiversity Credit Alliance was launched during the CBD COP15 in Montreal in December 2022. And the UN actually backed this process of bringing key stakeholders together who believed in or who supported in the realization of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework through a voluntary alliance. And, well, UNDP hosts the secretariat, and BCA is co-facilitated by UNEP Finance Initiative and the governments of Sweden, Germany, and recently the European Union, and CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, is also a strategic partner to BCA. So the vision of BCA is really a transparent, a trustworthy, and efficient global market in biodiversity credits, founded on just and equitable principles and underpinned by innovation. So you may have seen all the challenges that, we are facing in the carbon space. So the vision of the Biodiversity Credit Alliance is to ensure that those challenges are addressed in this new market or new nature market. So currently the BCA forum. I'm not going to the details of the structure of how BCA is governed and all that, but I just wanted to let you know that BCA has this community or practice or knowledge platform that we may call, has 578 members, which brings in government institutions, private sectors, indigenous peoples and institutions, the NGOs, INGOs, and then, of course, key actors in the space of biodiversity and carbon as well. Also, another core part of BCA is or I would say partner. At one point, the Communities Advisory Panel was, well, kind of a part of BCA, but now the Communities Advisory Panel has evolved into an independent organization, which we know as International Environmental Guardianship, or in short, IEG. But this is a very critical organization for BCA, where we work hand in hand to ensure that this space, this emerging space, is of high integrity, is inclusive, and also it's equitable and innovative. And this is where IEG, which represents the indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants of the 7 sociocultural regions of the world, really gearing towards promoting ethical, equitable, and sustainable stewardship of nature, is a core partner of BCA. And we are very happy to see that IEG is moving forward with strides, and really this is being recognized by institutions like the European Union, where IEG is recognized as one of the expert group for EU's kind of process around nature credits. So IEG's secretariat is hosted by UNDP. So UNDP pretty much facilitates the secretariat support. But again, IEG is an independent organization where, well, it's managed by the founding assembly with the chair and the vice chairs from each region. So moving forward, we have been producing different knowledge products, and each product goes through a rigorous consultation process. Even its development is very inclusive. So every working group is comprised of a representation from the different parts of BCA, which is including the International Environmental Guardianship, including the forum and the task force as well. So one of the key paper is the definition of a biodiversity credit, which I mentioned earlier. And this has really helped put the definition of biodiversity credit as a de facto definition in the space. And then another important piece is what we call the high-level principles to guide the biodiversity credit market. And these principles were not invented by BCA, but these were principles that have been in place through various mechanisms, be it from the carbon space or other standards and so on. The idea was really to bring together all these different principles that have been around, which are key to, for instance, the scientific robustness, to ensure the verified outcome for nature, looking at equity and fairness for people, really addressing or respecting the rights, the human rights, and ensuring the free, prior, and informed consent, looking at benefit sharing and no harm approach, and also grievance mechanisms, and the last but not the least, really looking at the governance issues like the transparency and accountability, which also brings in what we call the data sovereignty issues related to privacy, data self-determination, and so on. So these principles were developed or co-developed in partnership with some other actors. Key actors are like the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits and the World Economic Forum. But there were a lot of actors who actually supported in the development of these principles. And what we have done is these principles have been set, and now everyone is looking at them as the guiding uh, principles that for the space. And we wanted to make sure that these principles could be implemented, and that's where we have developed a prototype assessment matrix, which is available for the standards, the methodology developers, and project developers to use to assess their approaches against the high-level principles. Some of the assessment results have already been shared. Some actors have actually even gone beyond self-assessment and got them validated by third party, and we've started sharing those information as well. But this will really help us define or demarcate what are high integrity approaches and what are not so, based on their results of the assessment framework. So just a quick overview of where we are now in terms of the market. So biodiversity credits are a very small fraction. I mean, of the total biodiversity funding, credits contribute to only about $8 million. And here, this also includes a bit of a mix of, the voluntary and the regulatory credits. But nevertheless, we know its potential. According to the World Economic Forum, it can reach from $2 billion in 2030 to $69 billion in 2050. And this is just an effective development scenario. I mean, in the transformational scenario, it's a lot higher. But when we look at where we are in terms of the emergence of biodiversity credit market, and this graph here at the bottom shows that comparing it with the growth of carbon market, biodiversity credits is at a very early stage. But when we say it's at a very early stage, we do not have next 20 years to let it grow like what the carbon market had an opportunity. So we have enough lessons so that we can really build onto those lessons and help scale the market with integrity, with inclusivity, with equity, and with innovation, so that we can at least try to realize the targets set by the parties in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So I just wanted to also quickly highlight, I mean, now a lot of governments are trying to take a lead, because again, this is based on the lessons that we are learning from carbon space, that when the carbon market really scaled up, then a lot of countries were caught unprepared in terms of regulating that. And that's where, again, the questions of integrity and governance and so on came up. So now countries are already preparing, and some of the countries I'm listing here, like Australia, is in the forefront with its nature repair market, which is a regulated voluntary credit market. We have Niue, which is a small island country in the Pacific, and we have colleagues from the Pacific, both Renee and Nathalie there. I mean, they would be able to say Niue has been quite a innovative country where they started their ocean conservation credits to sort of conserve the ocean areas. I think over 127,000 square kilometers of ocean around the country, at least one part of the country. And it's been done in partnership with private sector and actors like Conservation International. There is, of course, Aotearoa, which is of Nathalie and Reni are from. which is New Zealand, is also gradually working in that direction, really bringing in, I think Nathalie and Renee will be able to highlight more in terms of how the country is moving forward in terms of this voluntary space, but ensuring that there is indigenous knowledge and, respect to rights and so on in that process. Similarly, another, jurisdiction, I would say, rather than country, is Scotland, which has been working on its ecosystem restoration code, and they have actually taken the high-level principles and really align the work that they are doing in the country for the voluntary market, and ensure there is high integrity in that. The other country that announced early this year about working on a voluntary biodiversity credit market is Finland. Currently, I think the approach is being debated in the parliament. We have in Africa, Gabon, which started making some steps early in 2023, but there have been some political changes. But I hear that there is still work happening, but of course it's not highlighted in an international level. So this is again private sector and government working towards setting up a voluntary credit market there. And then I missed out here, EU. EU has started what we call the EU's roadmap to nature credits. And this is where EU is looking into setting up a voluntary biodiversity or nature credit market for EU, ensuring that the corporates that originate in EU will sort of be obliged to also, compensate and go beyond compensation to contribute towards nature positive action within the EU jurisdiction and beyond through the supply chains as well. And this is where BCA, IEG, and a lot of other actors have been invited, have been admitted as the expert group that they would consult with in that journey. Then I put Colombia and UK as two other markets, Colombia with its habitat banking approach and United Kingdom or UK with its biodiversity net gain, which is more of a regulatory market where it's kind of compliance mechanism for really compensating for impacts that in Colombia private sectors have, and in UK more on the development like the real estate and so on. But they also have a layer on top of it where the companies could go beyond and bring in voluntary aspects. In Colombia and in UK, there are credits being generated which could be bought by those developers as well. So just a quick snapshot. These are some of the transactions that are available in the public domain. I won't go into details, but definitely this shows there are transactions taking place. And then this is how the overall space looks. So there are more than 400 different actors working in the space trying to ensure that this market, kind of materializes in a healthy way. And specifically to Africa, this is from a report called Investing in Africa that was released last year. This shows what is happening in Africa in terms of the biodiversity credit projects. I'm sure Petita may already know some of these projects because Earth Acre is mentioned here as well, but there are lots of other actors who are actively working in Africa, different parts of Africa, to try out the biodiversity credits, more on the supply of biodiversity credits. And then BCA is working closely with UN Economic Commission for Africa, who is keen to develop a policy tool for the region, not just for Africa. Actually, it's in partnership with West Asia and Latin America and the Caribbean as well. So we will be supporting UN ECA, UN ECLAC, and UN ESQA with a policy tool which will be piloted in some of the countries probably in 2026. But in addition, we've had some very preliminary conversations with Africa 100, which is an intergovernmental initiative looking at restoration of degraded lands, and DBSA, Development Bank of Southern Africa, of course, with thanks to Esther for facilitating this conversation. Also, recently, a number of actors, I think the African Natural Capital Alliance, excuse me, along with the UNEP and the UN Global Compact, excuse me, of Kenya, Earth Acre, and some others have actually formed Africa Working Group on Biodiversity Credits, and probably Petita will be able to highlight more information on that. Excuse me. We've had some, again, early conversation with the group, but we haven't had any concrete steps in that direction. With that, I stop here. And that's, I think, quite a lot. And I might have taken maybe slightly more than 30 minutes, but I'm open to questions or comments. Excuse me.
Thank you. Everybody's applauding you. Thank you, Manish. So here I have the microphone for you. If any of you have a comment, this is a floating microphone or a question. Let me turn on the light so you can see. Hello. Okay, Alexei, go with you.
Yes. Yeah. Good morning, and my name is Alexei Tsikarev. I'm one of the IEG founding members from Russia, from the Karelian community, and I would like to and thank you very much for this presentation. Very many new information for me personally, and especially thank you for those examples of already emerging or existing markets in various countries and jurisdictions. My question is maybe for you to elaborate a little bit on some ideas on how to convince the other jurisdiction and governments to create such markets. I understand this is all emerging, and we are in the core of this work, to create standards and so on and so forth. But we will probably need to deal with specific countries, and circumstances are very different. And I wonder, from a perspective of somebody working in Russia, like how I personally will and my colleagues will start this work in that country. So maybe, and probably other people, other countries will also need specific approaches to be developed in addition to global or globally agreed standards. So basically, yeah, I hope my question is understandable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me turn off the light.
Should I answer, Beatrice?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, again, thank you very much, Alexei, for your question. And this is the first time I'm seeing you because I haven't had a chance to talk to you before, but it's a real pleasure to virtually meet you. And yeah, definitely you highlighted the kind of the key challenge that we have in terms of, really setting up the necessary, kind of interest coming up from the countries. So how can we support or, what is happening? Before that, I would like to tell you that, these are just the non-exhaustive list or non-exclusive list of the countries that are working, where the governments are leading these processes. But a lot of other countries are actually doing some work around biodiversity credits. For instance, in well, if I can think of some countries like in Asia recently, like countries like Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, now recently India and China, they are all trying to prepare for a biodiversity credit market. Similarly, in Latin America and the Caribbean, there are a number of countries who are working in that direction, like Mexico, Costa Rica, Argentina, Brazil has shown interest as well. And in Africa, also countries like South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, Botswana, Egypt, and then going into, I think, Kenya. And, I mean, it's basically, it's emerging from every side. And how well we are trying to work is because there is so much of interest. We want to ensure that the key guardrails of integrity, inclusivity, and equity becomes the foundation of the work that's done in any jurisdiction or any in any country. So we have, at least for BCA, we have the UNDP's Biodiversity Finance Initiative or BioFin program, where, it's, I think, 132 countries are members, really trying to help support the development of the biodiversity financing in the country, or the understanding of the biodiversity financing in the country. And biodiversity credits are one of the tools. So we are looking at, for instance, really explaining it to key stakeholders, including governments and other actors, what biodiversity credits are. Because that, I think, is very important. A lot of countries are already putting biodiversity credits into their biodiversity finance plans, which is a way to resource the NBSAPs of the countries. But then they are not even understanding how different biodiversity credits are from carbon credits. And that's where we're like, okay, I mean, wait a minute, let's start from the beginning. Like, we need to understand what differences are from carbon to biodiversity. And then will carbon be a better approach for certain countries than biodiversity? I mean, we need to make all those assessments. And then, of course, if biodiversity is the way to go, then we also need to do a readiness. Like, okay, what are the policy frameworks, the regulatory frameworks, the institutional frameworks? What's the capacity in the country? And then understanding that, really trying to build onto what's already there on the ground and supporting these countries where there are gaps. And we're trying to do this through UNDP. The other, I know specifically closer to Russia, so Central Asia, there are a few Central Asian countries, I think Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, where there are conversations already happening of looking into biodiversity credits and how, well, these countries could be supported in their development. So I don't know if I answered you properly, but what I'm trying to say is there's so much happening, but at the same time, there's so much of interest coming from the countries. And we are trying to really support that and, channel it in the right direction. And to your question of how you could, contribute in making sure that the key stakeholders, for instance, in Russia, are well aware. So again, having probably conversations at the right level with the authorities and with different groups and trying to scope the interest that's there. And then if there is interest, we'll be very happy to support that through BCA and through UNDP and of course through IEG to provide necessary inputs to that process. Is it okay, Alexei?
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much for this response. I think it provided a lot of clarity, and I think that's the right. This is the right moment for us, as Russia is preparing the NBSAP at this point, and indigenous peoples are involved in this process, so we can actually use the opportunity to build the conversation, as you say, at the right level with business and with the government. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. And if you need any time, any support, please do feel free to reach out to us as well, Alexei. I mean, anyway, you're part of IEG, so.
I just wanted to introduce myself. Sorry. I thought everybody knows me in the room. Manesh knows me, but my name is Ngamunu Patita, member of IG and deputy chair. But and I also am a co-founder of the company that you saw there called Earth Acre, producing carbon and biodiversity credits. I just wanted to comment in regard to what Alexei asked. More practically, I see IEG as that institution that would allow us as members to look at what is happening in our regions and even closer home where you are, and quickly from the high level principles that we launched last year, you're able to tell, or you're able to really understand how to go about the development of biodiversity credits and how to engage. When we came back from Cali, I saw what Habitat Bank, the lady, Mariana, had done, yeah. And we approached one of our partners, Mulago, who facilitated our travel to Colombia, because Kenya at that point, we were revising, or rather we were reviewing our Wildlife Management Act. And we saw an opportunity to include biodiversity credits because it was not there. So at that point, of course, IEG is not that well organized, not that well prepared. We're still growing, but we were able to see what Namibia is doing, Botswana is doing, and we borrowed a bit of that. And when we went to Colombia, it sounded really practical what they were doing. And they also learned a lot from us as a company as to innovation technology that we were using to develop our credits, and how we were preparing our products in a way that a buyer was able to get a lot more information and transparency just using technology. So I think the one thing that I feel we need to do as IEG members is to begin to analyze the policy environment in our regions and see opportunities for us to engage. Because when we went to Colombia, that lady told us that she needed to just, Marina said that when she came back from wherever she had gone to study, she needed to just look at their policy and just insert one sentence that allowed for them to be able to engage their companies to begin to pay, to begin to sort of like allow them to engage with the companies to pay the communities and to for the damages that they were doing on the mines and in the mining area. So we need to build our capacity to be able to just analyze what is our policy environment and how do we, even in the smallest way, engage. If NBSAPs is the way for you, we should be able to come together as IEG, find capacity amongst us or with the partners that we're working with to help you engage your government so that you can, that 2 or 3 things you need to engage in that NBSAP that will be beneficial to your community, to the people around you, to the partners that matter within your region. That is what IEG for me needs to be doing for our membership. Yes,
Yeah, absolutely, Petita. That's very true. And I think that's where, again, UNDP is there in most of the countries. So we'll be able to channel the right support at the country level as well. So please do reach out to us.
Thank you very much, Manesh. My name is Ronke Olubamiche. I'm from Nigeria, the national coordinator for the Jeff Small Grants Program in Nigeria. And actually, my questions just align with what my comments and questions just align. And I'm just thinking of now we are getting more understanding of what the BCA is all about. And I could see from the map, the countries and the regions and the membership that are there. One of the questions that came to me is that, is it only through the government that BCA can get more collaboration with any country or any region? That's one. And then if not, or if I know that we also have private sectors and then of course the civil society group. So what are the practical ways that we can start to look at now that will help us to get back and start engaging? Do I start with the government, or what are the processes? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you
Oh.
very much
Let
for
me
that
turn-
question. Please excuse me. I was constantly speaking for some time, so my voice is. But yeah, I mean, a very appropriate question. And in short, BCA is there more to raise awareness and put all these key guardrails in place and, kind of offer this neutral space backed by the UN for a proper consultation or conversation around biodiversity credits. Excuse me. So government is definitely one of the stakeholders in the process. And as you saw, like the BCA Forum has so, excuse me.
Take your tea, please.
Yeah, excuse me. So many diverse actors. So we really value in terms of awareness raising, irrespective of which stakeholder group they are. And if there is interest, we support them. One example is a few months back from Pakistan, a journalist and one think tank actually approached us asking if they can help reach out to the private sector and get them into conversation around biodiversity credits. And we're very happy to support that. And as you said, like private sector is key to this, because biodiversity credits are supposed to channel new and additional resources, which means really bringing private sector into the playing field. And if we have a way to engage them, then that's wonderful because ultimately, excuse me, ultimately, we need the buyers of the credits to be confident and willing to participate in the space. And Petita may be able to share more experience that right now there is a bit of a fear and apprehension among potential buyers. This is basically a byproduct of the carbon space, but then integrity and inclusivity and equity and of course innovation becomes key to bring that confidence among the potential buyers. So not recently, it's almost a year, we set up a working group on demand integrity. So we have high-level principles which looks at integrity overall and also inclusivity and equity. But then we have one principle which you may have noticed or not is the high-level principle number 2. It's the mitigation hierarchy, demand integrity and mitigation hierarchy. So we need to ensure there is integrity from the demand side as well. And to ensure that, we need to work with them in terms of, what is the homework that they need to do to show that their credit buying decision is of high integrity. They're not just buying for, sort of like making some random claims. So we are coming up with a set of principles which will allow them to really look at it in a systematic way, that what their impacts are, their dependencies are through, for instance, TNFD, the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, and then letting them set up their targets, that where biodiversity credits fit into those targets or those strategies, and then buying those credits. And then that doesn't stop there, but what kind of story can they go and talk about? That is, what kind of claims can they make? So, putting all these guardrails in place. So ultimately, yes, buyers are very important. Private sector are important. So let's try to, if there's a way to connect with them early on, that's fantastic. Let's just explore that as well. Excuse me.
Esther, you have a microphone there.
Thank you very much, Manesh. interesting presentation. And welcome also to the UNDP representative from Sierra Leone and Kenya. It's becoming very interesting to see that most of the UNDP countries are starting to have that interest. And thank you very much, Beatrice, to try and make it to be very inclusive. Manesh, you indicated that there is a study that found that 68 billion is being lost in Africa as a result of nature loss. It's not a question. I would love to compare that degree of loss with other regions, so that as leaders, we are able to take an informed decision when we go all out and engage different partners who may be of interest in supporting these biodiversity credits projects. From the comment and questions from Russia, from UNDP, Nigeria, and part of which was answered by Patita, I think it should be what we were supposed to be doing for even a week or so, because I'm still struggling. I asked that question. I'm still struggling to understand why we're here. But it's not our mistake. It's because we're still finding each other. I think that question of influencing regional and country policies is going to take us somewhere. Some of us have benefited previously from SGP, from our own organizations, from our own countries. We understand all the way they've been doing quite a good job, and they continue to do that. But this is a different approach which started as a result of GBF. And we're moving, I guess, too fast as partners, but leaving SGP out. And we'll continue to do that because they have this mandate to do things procedurally this way. And we don't have a strategy to influence their country policies, their regional policies, for them to be able to directly come with us and support what we're doing. That's why I'm saying we should be spending a lot of time exploring from here to next month. What are we doing to influence our regional and our country policies? Then it will be an answer to what we want to do. To sit here and talk about what IIG is all about, it's all good and it's all fair to UNDP country policies, country representatives, because they are meeting us for the first time. To sit here and talk about what they are doing as SGPs out there, it's all fine, but it's not going to resolve what we want to solve here. I think we need to move out of this room with a strategy to influence the country and regional policies, which from African point of views, through SADC, Africa has got a number of regions. I think there are 5: SADC, Central, Northern, Eastern, and so on. Through SADC, we have already started doing that. We've signed an agreement just now with the SADC heads of states. Now we're exploring. We were told that we are going to be listened to by the AU when they have the next meeting. So this is some of the things that we're supposed to be spending time doing for us to ensure we are not going to end up blaming each other to say, but there is nature market projects. What are we doing? How can we fund them? No one is going to have an answer if we don't have policy on our side. Thank you.
There. Manish, do you have any comment on that?
No, I think what Esther said is good. And as we all have our own networks and reaches through our works and through our communities, I mean, every different group has its own kind of influence to help shape. I mean, as Petita was saying, how Mariana, with the support from the Inter-American Development Bank, could influence a small change in the policy in terms of the compensation, and that could lead to habitat banking as an approach in Colombia, and that's pretty much the model being replicated across a number of other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. So what I would like to say is, yes, I mean, we talked of private sector, but like we can talk of insurance sector, we can talk of financial institutions and banks, you know, everyone, and of course, civil society, everyone has a role to play. And any point we can engage with them and bring them this clarity of what biodiversity credits are, what their potentials are, and how instrumentally they can, bring access to finance, including for indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro descendants, is very critical. And I think that kind of conversation is what we need to have more. And we will be happy to support such conversations in any way we can if you let us know. And just, I think this week within UNDP, a lot of emails have been going around that how the high-level principles has been taken as one of the key parts of the UNDP's social environmental standards for any project that UNDP will have or has around biodiversity credits. So that means, yes, anything that UNDP does on biodiversity credits will have to respect the high-level principles as a part of the UNDP's social environmental standards. So these are some of the very promising moves that's happening, and I think we need to make that happen across all the different sectors as well. And that's where I stop, Beatrice.
Thank you so much, Manesh. My name is Faustin from Tanzania. I'm the national coordinator for the JEF Small Grants Program. So nice to meet you, and thank you for sharing information about the BCA. Actually, it's a learning process for me. So I have a very quick question, if you can try to explain a bit, especially building on the experience from RED Plus, and based on the countries that are already a bit advanced in terms of biodiversity credit kind of initiatives. I wanted to know about something to do with the scale of implementation, especially when you talked about three main components on biodiversity credit alliance, biodiversity credits on uplifting, avoided loss, and maintenance. So with the experience from RED Plus, there are these key questions on the scale of implementation at national level, subnational, maybe a jurisdictional kind of implementation. So do we have some ideas based on the experience of the countries that are already implementing biodiversity credits, some ideas on the best ways we can implement biodiversity credit initiatives in terms of the scale? Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you very much, Faustin, for that question. And excuse me. Well, as I showed you, I mean, in terms of the market emergence, it's at a very early stage. So I won't even call it a market because, the overall transactions are like $8 million or round about that. So it doesn't yet qualify for a proper market. And that's where, the country like Australia, who is in the forefront of testing this market, the pilot results are just coming up. So it's still quite a bit of a way to go before we can see the scalability or the scale of that. But what we see is a lot of actors are trying to jump onto the carbon train. Excuse me. and deliver some positive outcomes towards biodiversity already. So there are credits which are what we call the biodiversity neutral carbon credits, which are kind of like ensuring that there was no negative impact on the biodiversity, or biodiversity positive carbon credits, which is really bringing some positive changes on the biodiversity. Because carbon, we see, has led to a lot of monoculture work as well, which may not have positive impact on biodiversity, local biodiversity, adversely may have negative impact in a lot of cases. So there is this trend that's looking into really making use of the carbon credits because it's already a scalable market and adding biodiversity benefits to it. So there are, well, methodologies that allows that. And what we are also seeing is a move towards what we call stacking of biodiversity credits on carbon credits, or bundling biodiversity credits with carbon credits, really trying to, I see Petita nodding her head, so trying to make most of what's already available. So that's how a lot of actors are moving, while waiting and trying to help influence the emergence of the biodiversity credit market.
Thank you very much. Hello again, Manish. This is Hania from Iran, and I wanted to mention another document very related to high-level principle, which we as IEG, we are working on it, and it is very important document for us because in high-level principle, of course, it also contains so many important rights and demands from indigenous peoples and local communities perspective, but it is a very minimum standard from our side. So we as IEG are also working on a stewardship and self-determination working group, and we hope that BCA and with your support also, we can continue finalizing the draft version of this self-determination working group, which is demanding at least the very minimum standards and rights that we have under international documents and laws. For example, when it comes to data sovereignty and when it comes to FPIC, from our side, it is very important that we be sure that all the projects that are happening in our territories are very aligned to these very minimum standards. And I hope that we can, after more than 5 months, we can finalize this draft text. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hani, for flagging that. And absolutely, I mean, we remain committed to support that because we understand these are the critical issues as we discussed in Geneva early this year. And we remain ready to support IEG in its leadership role to take these working groups, at least the 3 working groups forward, which was on stewardship and self-determination, the indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, and science, and how we can, weave these through technology, and then, of course, the data sovereignty as well, which is becoming ever more important considering this scalability or scaling up of data collection that we see to ensure, of course, there's scalability in the market itself. So yes, we can definitely discuss this, Hania, maybe in the aftermath of the G20, because I'm sure after the 8 billion hour pledge also, and tomorrow you have the founding members assembly meeting. So I look forward to the outcomes of that meeting, and we will be happy to support any decisions that IEG makes and how we move forward in those key technical aspects. And just to quickly highlight to all the colleagues, including UNDP colleagues from the Jeff Small Grants Program, what we see is, I mean, IEG stands for empowerment, for my perspective, empowerment of Indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants. And empowerment doesn't mean just financial empowerment. Okay, access to finance is one of the things, but empowerment also means awareness and capacity, so that the Indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants could actually play an integral role and participate in that market development and market process. And then empowerment also means knowledge, like really building onto this intergenerational knowledge and respect of rights that's there, which we need to mainstream in this market that's gradually unfolding. So yeah, from these aspects, BCA remains committed to really help move these forward and to really advocate for the results of these working groups that come out. Come out from these working groups.
Kia ora, Manesh, it's Natalie here. I just wanted to make a quick comment, just for the benefit of colleagues from UNDP in Africa, that it's just an outstanding platform that BCA has provided Indigenous peoples and local communities as part of its formation to create space for IEG to form. And while our organisation is young, less than a year old, we will be uplifting all of these opportunities, but really we have BCA to thank for creating the space for us to be contributing alongside. So yeah, just wanted to take that opportunity, Manesh, because we often don't get the opportunity to say that. So
Thank you. So Terence, do you go? And then I will give the word to Abdul, who is online.
Thank you, Beatrice and Manesh. So I have a couple of comments maybe to respond to Esther and maybe Hani as well. And first of all, Manesh, I think your comments about empowerment are music to the ears of the SGP, that empowerment has always been a key principle, one of the legs of the program, alongside global environmental benefits and poverty reduction. So the two comments I had is a little bit in terms of Esther, your remark about why we're here and what we're trying to achieve from these 2 days. First of all, tomorrow we'll be kind of fleshing out what we would like to see happen over the next year or over a certain time frame into the future. We'll have we'll have a joint session. We'll have a separate session between SGP and IEG, and then we'll come back together again. But in terms of who we are as SGP, the comment I wanted to make is that UNDP, and you saw in Manesh's slides, many different parts of what UNDP's work is. And when Patita mentioned policy reform, there are numerous ways in which UNDP engages with governments. So the work that, the work on NBSAPs that UNDP does is a key entry point. The work with Biofin is another way of assisting governments on assessing their financial. And then what we UNDP implemented Jeff Small Grants Program intersects with those other programs. So they all kind of overlap in different ways. So as SGP, as a mechanism to provide finance to CSOs and to people's local communities, we align with NBSAPs, we align with NDCs and NAPs, and so there's a linkage there. The SGP clearly has an interest in policy change, policy analysis, but it's not our main role, and that's where we do rely on other parts of within UNDP and even other UN agencies to partner with. But what SGP can typically do quite well is to provide the finance a little bit more flexibly at key moments, and that's what I think we're here at this moment in time at the beginning of our 8th operational phase to look at how those investments could catalyze building on everything else that we heard. And then just in relation to the biofin, the comprehensive assessment that biofin does with governments on different financial options, the idea is that from that come certain more specific follow-up solutions on biodiversity finance, whether it's on payments for ecosystem services or biodiversity credits. And so more than anything, the SGP is there to kind of be a partner with CSOs at the right time, and then catalyze other actors to come together. So we'll come back to this tomorrow, and of course I'll be speaking in a minute about how the SGP works in various other ways. And just to conclude, in relation to Manesh, your point about the exchanges of emails this week across UNDP on integrating the high-level integrity principles, we as SGP will have a session in early December on safeguards. It's typically referred to as safeguards, but it's actually a set of standards, social and environmental standards, and what that means to SGP. And this should not be simply a compliance-related matter. And this is, I think, the point that Manesh, you made, that integrating the high-level principles into UNDP programming should go far beyond minimum do no harm, to Hanya's point, towards a much more a much more forward-looking way of partnering with IPs, LCs, and Afro-descendants for a positive outcome. So we'll come back to this, but this is an opportunity, I think, these 2 days to move beyond that minimum do no harm to something much more constructive. Thank you.
Thank you, Terence. I'm going to give the word to Abdul. Shannon, if you want to turn on your camera, I'm going to turn off the lights so we can see you. We cannot hear you.
Hello.
Now we can.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning from Sierra Leone. Unfortunately, I was not able to travel to join you, but I'm with you in spirit. So thank you, Manet, for the presentation. I wanted to ask a few questions. Sierra Leone is currently developing the 7th report of our MBSAP, so we are doing a nationwide consultations. And also we recently launched the Biofin initiative, and we are looking at various options to, even before we do our finance plan, to be able to look at various avenues that we can raise resources at the moment. So we are looking at the different biodiversity interventions that are applicable whilst we are waiting for the finance plan. But unfortunately, Sierra Leone, like many other countries, do not have carbon credits framework at the moment. So my question will be, how can countries like Sierra Leone, without a carbon credits framework, begin engaging with biodiversity credit? And further to that, I mean, how can the government ensure that the biodiversity credit is not double counted, because we do not have registry at the moment, so that other players cannot count the same biodiversity credit that is already put forward for sale? And thirdly, how can communities, because we as small grants programs, we don't have big money, but we are doing a very big impact at the community level. And we have most community conservation areas that could serve as biodiversity credit. How can we ensure that equity, the finance that is being paid for the biodiversity credit, actually goes to the communities themselves? They have access to the finance that they generate from biodiversity credit sales. So basically, those are the questions I wanted to ask because these are very paramount at the moment. Whilst we are developing our biodiversity strategy and action plan, we are looking at various options we want to start engaging. And Biodiversity Credit Alliance Biodiversity Credit could be one of those. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abdul, for the question. And your question is right, that do we need a well-established carbon market to build a biodiversity credit market on? I think it's not absolutely a necessity. I mean, in a lot of countries, of course, the carbon market has advanced and there are structures in place, institutions in place, policies in place, but lots of others don't have yet. And that doesn't mean they cannot move in that direction. So this is where I think we will need to do a proper assessment, readiness assessment of what is there and what is missing. For instance, including customary laws, I mean, respect to the land ownership or land tenure rights, all these become critically important when we talk about biodiversity credits. And the other point is, well, indigenous peoples and local communities should not be just considered as beneficiaries of a biodiversity credit project. As far as possible, the indigenous peoples and local communities, if they are not driving the biodiversity credit projects, then they should be partners to the project. So that's how most of the biodiversity credits projects are supposed to be designed. And these are what is highlighted in the high-level principles. So if we look at different methodologies that are out there, the kind of benefit sharing is 50 to 60% of the revenues are going to the communities. So there is already a precedence. There's evidence of this is what is happening. But then, the point is not just the revenues coming to the communities, but the communities playing a part in those projects. And as long as you are a partner, so you have right to those revenues, right? And then there are a lot of different tech solutions that are emerging as well. For instance, the distributed ledger technology or the blockchain, which allows you to keep track of all these, kind of transactions from credit generation to credit purchase, the credit purchase price on a chain. So that means it's available data. So that means there should be, any kind of benefit sharing is ensured to be more equitable than, what has happened in the past. And then in terms of your question about infrastructures like registries. So this is, again, what needs to be looked into the readiness. And, we need to put all these necessary structures in place for the market to take off.
Yeah, so can I just ask you one more question? Since you spoke about we do not need a carbon credits, to start the biodiversity credit. So I was just wondering what methodologies at the moment currently recognized for measuring and verifying the biodiversity outcomes for it to, to gain access to market sales for countries without the carbon. Yes.
Yeah.
You got my question?
I mean, yes. Okay. So, earlier you talked of the Jeff Small Grants programs, interventions, which, let's say, be it conservation or restoration, produces some outcome on biodiversity, mostly positive, right? So any of those action could be used and the outcome can be quantified to create biodiversity credits. So for instance, in a protected area, you could look at, having more patrol to reduce poaching or deforestation, like illegal logging. That could contribute to positive biodiversity outcome. It could look into habitat fragmentation and create corridors across different areas. That can contribute to positive outcomes as well. And these, to be quantified, we need methodologies. Now, if you ask me which methodology, there are over 53, I think over 50 methodologies at this moment under development or under implementation, both on land and in water. So, and this is because, you can quantify different aspects of biodiversity. What is it that you're looking at? Are you looking at species? Are you looking at biodiversity intactness? Are you looking at habitat composition and structures? So different approaches are there to look into that. So now, are there the ones that are already what we can recommend? A lot of these methodologies are very, again, specific to locations or ecosystems. So there may be different approaches of doing that. There are the high-level principles assessment matrix is supposed to help us identify which one are the ones that are compliant to the high-level principles and as a result, high integrity or not is what is happening now. So if you ask me, there is only one methodology who has gone through assessment and validation as well. And that's from New Zealand, a standard called Biocreditor and a methodology they have. And it's under the company called ECOS. And they are one of the founding members of BCA. And they have gone ahead than just assessment and they've verified that, okay, they're aligned with high level. There are a number of others who are doing that. WWF in Namibia and Tanzania, I think they have the wildlife credits. So they are aligning their project and seeing like how high level compliant they are with the high level principles. So similarly, there are some different methodologies on the marine and the coastal context, which are doing the same. So hopefully in a few months' time, we will have a list of methodologies that we may be able to say like, okay, please refer to those. But at this moment, that's very little. So we may have to look at it in a very context-specific way. And then, we need to, if, for instance, Sierra Leone would like to try out some methodologies. So we have to make sure, as UNDP, anytime is involved, we have to make sure that they are high-level principles compliant. If they are not, or they don't want to go through the test, then we cannot engage them.
Thank you very much, Manish. I want to ask the room, because we have other presentations another time. Is there anyone else who want to, whoa, yeah, whoa, I wasn't looking. We have a lot of full hands.
Thank you, Manish. Mine is just a small one. This is Babuluki from Botswana. You indicated that BCA, UNDP is the secretariat for IEG establishment to assist them. And this institution is regionally based. Is the expectation that we support IEG members at country level? Or, example, if it's in Africa, then the regional bureau in Addis will be the one responsible for that. What is the expectation of us at grassroots level in terms of UNDP country offices and yeah, in terms of support to the IEGs? Thank you.
Thank you, Babaloke. I don't know if I'm going to give the word to here, and then we can answer.
So my name is Boyuna Sapupo Williams from Liberia. I am the PA for the SGP program in the country office. Mine is not a question. It's just to give some information on Liberia's position when it comes to carbon readiness. So far in the country office, the carbon readiness, there have been okay. So the status of the carbon market readiness
we have a carbon market gap analysis that have already been done. We also had a hard and technical dialogue that has already been done for carbon market. Our legal framework to support high integrated carbon trading is on the way. The next is community and CSO training on carbon finance is also next in line. And then for the Liberia progress, the position hall for biodiversity credit in Liberia. Firstly, we have on our pillar, which is the inclusive green growth pillar, we have a biofilm project that is already in the country. And policy and institutional review has been done, the PRR has been done, and it has been validated. Secondly, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan has also been developed in the country office. Next, they are focused on forests. Their projects are focused on forest and ecosystem services. There is also the establishment of Liberia National Tourism Authority. If you all follow Liberia, the president just did an executive order 155 establishing the tourism sector, exclusive of the cultural and tourism sector that we had. It's a separate unit now that is established for tourism alone in Liberia. So while it is true that Liberia has not launched a formal biodiversity credit market, a policy alignment, institutional readiness, and ecological assets became a strong candidate for piloting biodiversity credit in Liberia. Just thought to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I don't know, you have some comments on this? 2 questions, Manish?
Yeah, I think just quickly, again, I won't be in a position to, request any colleague for any specific kind of support or collaboration with IEG. This is more of what is relevant, and that's where probably the discussion today and tomorrow would entail or kind of disclose what kind of collaboration could be there. But we are all within, while IEG is an independent body, but still, the Secretariat is supported through UNDP and would like to see more of convergence in terms of the work that is done. And that's where we see the value of having IEG with us, so that we can build on to the work that IEG would like to take forward in bringing the IPs and LCs and ADs in the forefront of this market. So how that can be done, I would say, will depend on the country offices' respective positions and interests and priority areas as well. But I'll leave that more comments from Terence on that. For Liberia's case, it's fantastic to hear that there are opportunities for piloting, and we can definitely have a separate conversation on that to see what level of readiness is there, what is needed. And also when we say piloting, as I indicated earlier, that it's not just about generating credits, because we want an active demand side to be ready, so that there is uptake or purchase of credits as they are coming. And this could be done through arrangements right in the beginning. And so we may need to look at the supply chains, like what kind of companies are dependent or on those ecosystems or those landscapes. Are they ecotourisms? Are they mining? We may need to do some of that analysis as well, and then we can say, okay, yeah, we can go ahead with some piloting opportunities.
Thank you, Manish. Okay, people, we are a lot behind schedule, but we're having very important conversations that we were supposed to have later. So we are taking time. You sent me a presentation. I don't know if there any other comments right now, or we go to the IEG presentation, which is going to enrich and give us more perspective of what we are discussing. So if about coffee, and I'm not going to break the conversation in any moment, like for a coffee break. No, just take the coffee and come back. Esther, the floor is yours. Let me put the presentation on the screen. Manish, about you, I mean, you are willing to stay as much as your schedule works. So we are going to be here until a lot of more hours. So please. Just
Sure.
jump
Thank
in.
you. Thank you, Beatrice. Yeah.
Nancy, please, can you please introduce yourself if you're available, you know, to know you here. If you can hear us. We're going to work on Esther's presentation. Let me put it here.
Good morning, everybody. Beatrice, can I just go ahead and quickly introduce myself?
Absolutely, yes. Let me stop sharing so we can see you. If you want to turn on your camera, we are seeing.
Yes, let me see if I can do so. So why I'm not able to.
Okay, technology challenges.
Sorry about that. But just quickly, let me say I'm Nancy Chege. I'm the National Coordinator for the GEF Small Grants Program in Kenya, and have been with the program for many, many years. Unfortunately, I joined you a bit late, and unfortunately, I'll have to jump off again because I am going into another meeting, but I have so enjoyed listening to the last 20, 30 minutes or so, and indeed, very, very interesting conversations. And I look forward actually to having the recording later so that I can catch up with what I will have missed. But great to see all of you. Excellent to see my colleagues, and wishing you all the best with today and tomorrow's meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, and thank you for being here and having you. Okay, so now I will share the presentation. Okay, from Esther, you have your microphone there, if you can use that one. Because we need the sound for it.
Can they use it?
Thank you very much. My presentation is not that long. So I think a lot has been spoken about around the IIG and their relationship with UNDP. Go to the next slide, please. Okay. Yeah, I think we were established in 2023, immediately after BCA. BCA is informed by the GBF target 19, and then they thought it's very much important for them to have the IPs, the LCs, and Afro-descendants to work with in the journey of developing the nature markets, specifically biodiversity credits. Our mission, we promote ethical, equitable, and sustainable stewardship of nature through robust global, regional, and participatory governance frameworks. If you go to our website,
you will be able to see some of these things. So that's why I'm just reading. We have 7 socio-cultural regions chaired by a global chair with 6 regional chairs. And the reason why there are 6 is because we've agreed that the region where the global chair is coming from cannot benefit twice at leadership level. Our founding members, I think you have heard during the discussion that these are the leaders with some experience in nature market related field, and they are also very actively involved. I think I'm also very happy to see the face, but also to hear for the first time from Liberia. ACC being the organization that I founded. They are also involved, but it has been a bit of a challenge to try and engage with the country representative in Liberia. But it's not to blame them, it's not to blame us who are trying to pilot a project there. So that project, yes, is also there with a British, South African, and South African is not me, it's private people who have a lot of interest with offtake agreements, with investments, ready to assist in the project. But it's a chicken and egg kind of a situation, because before a businessman puts his money, you must put something like seed funding to de-risk, but I believe we'll get there. So the reason why I mentioned an example of that project is because most of us in the room as IPs, LCs, and Afro-descendants, we are actively involved. We understand how these nature markets related projects are supposed to be working from our experience of interacting with nature and communities. Next slide, please. We are a member-based organization through our regions, but also I think I've already covered our mission, but we prioritize the nature-based rights kind of an approach. I think you have picked it up as some of the comments were coming from different regional members. I've heard from Hani. She is our specialist at global level in terms of the right-based approach. And when we talk of rights, we are focusing on the rights of IPs, LCs, and Afro-descendants, as well as the rights of nature. Next slide, Beatrice. Okay. Founding members, I've covered them to say that we have a lot of experience and expertise, different networks in promoting nature, rights of nature, and our rights. And I think those who were lucky, I'm aware that some of the UNDP country representatives were not yet there. They've attested this during the G20 when we were launching the 8 billion hour pledge. Our global mandate, we align regional and country level work with global priorities for nature and community leadership. But the purpose is also to track some emerging trends in this market, in these nature markets, to keep IIG innovative and responsive. Because if we don't pilot in these different countries, it's going to be very difficult for us to get to a stage where we are learning, we are reflecting, and try to build the market that everyone is expecting to see, being that of ethical, equitable, and inclusive. We also develop inclusive governance frameworks and ethical standards that protect community rights. I think later during the day, you'll hear from one of our community leaders from New Zealand. They will be telling us about some work that they've been doing for all this time around the data sovereignty and how that experience is going to be incorporated into our projects that will help all the projects, all the communities to benefit from the experience, but not only that, but also to empower them financially. We also ensure that regions adopt and implement these frameworks in their programs and projects. So as I'm presenting, you will see our relationship with BCA. I'm going to touch a lot on some of these frameworks that we're already engaging with BCA and partners in BCA forum. There was an issue around standards. So IIG prefer to be independent in their approach. And this is coming from the experiences. The previous experiences from your carbon market, a lot has happened, which I can confidently say, which never benefited our communities. A lot has happened previously where communities were left out, not because of their mistakes, because we sit in this aircon kind of setup terrains, and we don't create an opportunity to go and engage these communities for them to get to understand what we mean by this biodiversity credit that we keep on talking about. Next slide, please. Our work, of course, I've already touched those 7 sociocultural regions, which are Asia, Africa, Latin America, North America, Arctic, Pacific. The other region is Russia, Eastern Europe, and Transcaucasia. The list of these partners, I have selected them with an intention. I know some of the people who have been working with us, Manesh, Terence, may be asking the questions, why only these ones? So UNDP, I think Manesh has already indicated that they are our secretariat and we're enjoying that relationship. I always say, which Terence sometimes does not like it, I always say UNDP is a government of governments. And that's why that relationship is sustainable between UNDP and IIG, and it will last. Because UNDP is not about Africa, it's not about Asia, it's about all the governments, but also it's about SGP at community level. That's why I have this confidence that it is going to be sustainable for us to still continue to work with UNDP. BCA, I think Manesh has touched on that. I keep on saying we are very experienced from our regional corners. Toha is from New Zealand. You may be, as UNDP representatives from different countries, you may be hearing about this name for the first time. Sooner than later, and from our cycles as IIG, it's going to be a global name. You will hear it a lot. And we are not just promoting Toha. If ACC, the organization that I found, if we are to get to a level where we are able to do something convincing for our regions, for our communities, we will also be promoted. Same with Eka from Kenya, the organization that she found. So why we promote organizations that are coming from IIG members is to try and prove to the world that even though we are IPs and LCs and Afro-descendants, we can. Because the thinking is, no, because they are communities, just leave them there, do for them, give them what you think they will appreciate. And that's why we have failed this nature for all these centuries and thousands of years. CI, sorry, before I go to CI, we do have an agreement between ourselves and TOA. It was not an easy step for us to get to that agreement, but we now trust them with the work that they're doing. Of course, we're still waiting to pilot, but the trust comes from as early as 2023, when we have issues that we cannot resolve among ourselves, they'll always step in. When we have financial challenges, which was to some of us very, very surprising, because like I keep on saying, it's an indigenous kind of an organization from New Zealand. They'll always step in and save us. Just a recent example, I cannot list all the examples. I decided as the global chair for people to get exposure to the South African project, which was starting. We can only go with the CEO of TOHA, who happened to be the IEG member, and Hani. We cannot go we cannot take all the people down there because it's far and the cost and blah, blah. Even prior to the journey, we had a discussion, and Natalie said, no, let's try and see what we can do. And again, TOHA stepped in, and we were there. And we always appreciate that assistance. I was talking about the trust, not the trip. CI, we do have an agreement with them. It started during the time when we were exploring the nature markets accelerator with, what is that French wing, Honey? With, yeah, FFEM, yes. But we realized there were challenges and we were just circling as IIG. We did not like that. We approached CI, and CI said, we just need to explore how we're gonna have this relationship. We asked again, experienced IIG financial person like Natalie to facilitate the agreement. The agreement is signed. We will be talking about it, the details as IIG members during our members assembly. GIZ, they are one of our financial support partner. They have committed some money to ensure that we are established to where we are today. EU, I think it's not only about the responsibility, which they decided that they will also be putting some kind of finance to make sure IIG is established, but they are also participating in a number of the working groups, BCA working groups, which IIG is party to, but also a very powerful step that they've taken to include IIG in the expert group, the group which will be exploring the better ways, the ethical ways to promote nature markets which will be benefiting communities. So this news came yesterday. I think Manesh, before we start formally, he also announced that even BCA, they will also be part of this expert group. So EU, I think they are one of our key partners, bringing expertise, bringing finance to a certain extent. I believe, again, the relationship with them keeps on growing naturally. I think it is going to take a very big step, not long. Next slide. I've touched on the rights-based approach, which is aiming to empower communities because we believe our communities must not be participating, they must also be leading in nature markets. And here it's not about some kind of writing there. We are very hard with that statement. So UNDP, I know SGP programs have been doing well. I experienced it. But I want to promote the spirit from the SGP of today to what IIG is expecting you guys to do. Because with SGP, Terence, like I said, I have an experience. I know how they do it. So they don't intervene. You submit your proposal. If they're satisfied, they allocate that money. It's not a lot of money. As long as you're complying with their requirements, they'll keep on on paying percentage after percentage until the project is completed. They will never tell you how to do it. They will never intervene with your communities. They are very respectful the way they approach it. So I think that is what we are expecting to see when we talk about the rights-based approach. But there's an added wing there that as we continue to do what we used to do with SGP, we also have to start seriously respecting the rights of nature, because that's why all of us were here today talking about the GBF Target 19. So we believe that we are able to secure funding, and we have proven that we are able to funding to fund these projects, these pilot projects. We were not able to be in COP30, but some of us were getting a lot of good news from different countries. They are committing. Commitments is something else, but implementation, I think, is a very difficult one. We will have to sit around the table and again, we explore how to influence these regional policies to access those monies. IEG connects community priorities with the goals of responsible investors and funders. I guess, even though we keep on saying securing the demand, the buyers of this biodiversity credits is very difficult. Maybe we need to change our approach. And I don't know what approach we used when we were putting together the Liberian project, but we do have already lined up buyers. Like I said, it's a chicken and egg. You have to de-risk before they put all these commitments in place. We empower communities. The first one that we have proven ourselves, which is still going to continue to be a global kind of funding tool, is the 8 billion hour pledge. It came as a joke, but now today is driving the globe. You'll hear a lot about it as Toa will be presenting. Manesh also indicated that we are already part of the Biodiversity Credit Alliance task force. Your task force is like your executive level of the BCA, if you like. We're also part of their forum. So every 2 weeks or so, we go and report what we're doing as IIG. As BCA also do the same. But we find that some of the reports that goes to those two BCA levels, from BCA, from IIG, they are talking to one another. And the reason for that is because we plan together, we engage together through these working groups. I just gave one example of the high-level principles. Those who happen to be in COP16, you've seen that we were also part of the launching partners. We were represented and presenting on this high-level principle. So we are part of it. It can't be now where we go to the globe and start complaining that we don't like these high-level principles. We were included when they were involved. We had our own separate corner to work on those high-level principles. Next slide. I think this is a summary of our work. To say that 8 billion hour that I've mentioned, its main objective is to account for time. It's also to ensure that there's governance systems in place. It will also ensure that the community data sovereignty, IP, not IP for indigenous peoples, but IP for intellectual property, is secured. Again, the standard valuation. You have heard Manesh talking about so many methodologies that are already in place. And all of them, as we speak, they're all coming from private companies. I don't know any single one which was founded and developed and started being implemented, which is coming from us as IIG. I know that we have a lot of work, and that's why I'm not gonna send this call to the country representatives of the UNDP, but to Manesh and Terence. It's important that we go, I don't know where, as partners and find funding for IIG members to be capacitated enough to contribute to all those working groups, because they are going to help us to move at a faster speed when it comes to these pilot projects. And I can't remember which country was that. Botswana. I think he mentioned a very important point. I know we cannot answer it, but it talks to also the issue of influencing policies regionally and in the country. We need to find an answer for that. Otherwise, we will keep on having workshops, but no outcome that we can touch in terms of piloting biodiversity credits. Next slide. I guess I'm done now. Beatrice, I cannot read. I think you need to move that slide a bit. Don't know what happened to it. Oh, it's fine. I think it's coming from here. No. Go to slideshow, Beatrice. I think it was from the communities can, as they have been in, communities can. English is a very difficult language. It's not my mother tongue. I always say to people when they complain and try and defend that I want my mother tongue to be represented in IIG. I said, guys, you don't know what you are inviting. You better keep quiet. Let's just respect English, French, and which other one? Spanish. Because if you go there, you are going to have problems. I think some of you have also tested it when you were at Vendor. We were able to talk about you in the bus. You could not even pick up a single word. Not so. It's only Patita who was fortunate because she is an African. So Africa itself has got a lot of other languages. English is not our mother tongue. And that's why all of us were encouraged to learn English, because if you can't survive in Africa. Our expectation, global to country partnerships. This is our expectation from UNDP global and from UNDP countries. We expect those two levels to assist us to have partnerships in piloting IIG nature market projects. So you can come here as UNDP countries, Beatrice, and present all the good work. We are not interested. Are you with me? But you are forgiven now because we are starting together. Next year, when you come here, hey, I have thousands of projects. Yeah, so what? Because our focus now has to be about piloting nature projects, Terence. We respect what we are doing. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think going forward, let's find an answer how we can be able to utilize this partnership in piloting the nature market related projects. And the reason why I've just said that is I like the Kenyan president say, I keep on quoting it, and I hope people are getting it. If you are not on the dinner table, you are a menu. We are tired of being menus and spectators. When looters feed from us and nature. And this has been happening prior to me born, prior to my grandmother born. Can we be a new kind of a generation and support these communities? Because this is just our experiences from the history, especially from carbon markets. Thank you.
Here Here I have another microphone. If someone have a question while I stop sharing. Yes, while I stop sharing. Okay. Okay, I have Abdul, a hand raised, so I don't know if, yeah, it's a new one. So Abdul, I'll give you the word. Can you hear? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you again, and thank you, Esther, for the presentation. It's a brilliant presentation, I must say. So, you know, this nature space, there are so many players. I mean, you have the UNDP, you have the JEF, you have the small grants, and all the rest of it. So I wanted to know, which model are you actually using as a successful model to engage host communities where you want to pilot or intervene with your projects? Is it, and also we have to be very careful for not misunderstanding the good intent of your intervention in the area. Sometimes small grants program is there, and other organizations want to come, and there is a bit of confusion whether they are doing the same thing that small grants program is doing or want to do. And considering the fact that at the moment, JEF Council itself is considering giving direct grants to CSOs, apart from what they are actually giving to UNDP and the other JEF agency. Is it CI? Conservation International. Yeah. So what is your unique model to engage host countries so that you have the buy-in for your presence in those countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the last comment, if it was a question, it will be a bit difficult for IIG between the grant space of SGP, Jeff. I think you guys will have to clear it out for us. But the first one, community model for consultation. So Abdul, you are in Africa. You are in the western part of Africa. What is important for us is that the model that you guys is aligned, one, to your country policy, is aligned to your community culture and tradition. From our side, we would like to see the two key issues addressed: rights of nature and our rights. Then that's the best model. In Africa, for example, you will agree with me that you will never have one methodology of consultation that fits all the cultures. It's impossible in our setup. I'll give you an example of SADC, where I come from. 16 countries, different traditions, different understanding in terms of cultures. But we are united through the rights of nature. We are united through our tradition and our culture. I know that there's a whole lot of theories about how to do community engagement and. But I think we need to grow up beyond those theories and address what is required from our cultures and tradition, respecting the nature rights, respecting our rights. That's why when I started by talking about the rights-based, the first rights-based approach.
Maybe Abdul, just to respond briefly, this afternoon we'll have a session on digital approaches and technologies with our colleagues from the UNDP digital hub. In a sense, it's not really a hub, but it's cross-cutting across climate and nature. And one of the topics there is this, what we launched in Cali or discussed in Cali, is the Nature ID, which is a convergence of nature's rights and human rights, and so through an area-based approach. And so this is still work in progress, but it's it aligns with IEG actually quite well, and we'll talk more about that this afternoon. And I don't know if you'll
be able to join us. But the point about the different players and finance, and you mentioned the ones closest to home, but I would like to just recall the slide from Manesh with the, what is it, about 100 different institutions doing different things in relation to the BCA. So it's we can't know what all of them are doing, but I think it's worth all of us sort of exploring who are those players in the integrated ledger, who are the players in the demand side. And this is why the partnership with BCA is so important in terms of our understanding collectively of all the different, how it fits together. But just coming back to your point about at least our sort of close to home, UNDP, JEF, SGP, we of course have been there for years as a catalyst to bring and as Esther said, de-risk partnerships and to invite other partners, donors, sources of finance to come in and invest or scale up. And so I don't know if you were referring to the other JEF investments, but there isn't the JEF Secretariat can't directly fund CSOs. That's impossible because they have to work through the agencies. But there is something called the Inclusive Conservation Initiative in JEF 7, which is targeting investments of somewhere in the region of 1 to 2 million, where 6 of those 9 partners were previous SGP partners in different, so some of them, we were talking with Faustine yesterday, UCRT, Ujamaa Conservation Resource Trust, I think in northern Tanzania has now accessed those high levels of funding, and that has been not just SGP, but many different partners that have led to that scaling effect. So there are lessons there, and in JEF 8, there's something called the Heart of Conservation Initiative, which is the same, which is the extension of the ICI from JEF 7, and they're looking at particularly the topic of indigenous-led funds, and the first cohort of those Heart of Conservation Initiative investments will be agreed in next month in December. So we'll see. But because it's a global, sorry, I'm going on a bit, but because it's a global call, there were 850 applications, I think, for possibly 10 investments. And so this question of the supply and demand and so on is a major concern. But at least there are those the scaling effect of showing that the JEF is able also to work beyond small grants at a higher level with indigenous peoples.
Thank you. Abdul, do you want to have?
Yeah. So the question I asked is not actually coming from me direct. You remember I had to engage the government ministry and the EPA. So in my conversation with them, they brought up, hey boy, look, JEF Small Grant is already in this space. What is the unique selling price for BCA? I try to rig my role around the question and give them some answer. So I said, okay, anytime I have the opportunity, I will ask this question. So that's why I asked the question. Yeah, thank you.
Abdul, well, Terence is going. Esther, okay.
It's very interesting question from Abdul. So the selling point is one. I know Manesh can add on that. So we proud ourselves as the initiators and the brain behind the biodiversity credit. And where we are sitting as IEG BCA, we can tell you now that anything that is called biodiversity credit, which is not involving the BCA forum members, which is not involving IEG members, is not biodiversity credit. It's something else. And we are not going to stop it because it's also contributing to the same goal of the GBF if it's about nature. If you are to try and understand and implement the high-level principles, for example, because they are there now, we are ready to try and implement them. It's important for you to have BCA
it's important for you to have IIG members because we are the creators and we pride ourselves that we will be able to assist the process and not any other person, if that person or organization is not even part of the BCA forum. Thank you.
Manish, I don't want to, if you are hearing and can add something or.
Yeah, I mean, I can try to address, but from a perspective, yeah, again, thanks, Abdul, for sharing the question that's coming from the partners in the country. So I think, I mean, Jeff Small Grants program has its own history of working with community, and that has been there rooted, and that no one can replace, I would say. And for BCA, our effort is not to be very honest, not to work on pilots or to work on ground, but to convene all the stakeholders together and help define the rules of the market, that to ensure the market remains high integrity, inclusive, and equitable. So that's our focus. And IEG on its own is a representation of indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants. And, so for IEG, it's basically trying to bring to the forefront of the conversation the indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants' concerns and the rights and all those issues, and really trying to get the IPs, LCs, and ADs to the forefront of the market development, as well as to benefit from that development of the market. So for us, then, our effort remains that how we can support all these different actors, be it within UNDP, the Biofin program, be it the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, be it the NBSAP program, be it the Jeff Small Grants program, or beyond UNDP, be it with IEG, with other actors like private sector actors, like the World Business Council for Sustainable Development or the World Economic Forum, so trying to bring them together and come to an agreement how this market should be managed or how this market should be pushed forward, and then also ensuring that everyone is doing their part in a more credible way. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Manish. Yes, you do.
Yes, you did.
So is there any question here, colleagues, or we go? Okay, hands up. One, two, three.
Sorry, Abdul, it's Natalie Whitaker here, one of the IEG founding members. I also just wondered whether your question about making the case for what is different here is whether there is an opportunity to be promoting with government the role of private sector funding and how credits are actually the mechanism to support that private sector participation alongside government funding. We find in New Zealand that is the primary driver for government considering the role of biodiversity credits is to be able to bring co-finance or co-investment alongside the government investment in projects.
Thank you so much. Michael from Nigeria, one of the IEG founding members. Firstly, my comment first relates to the question raised from the SGP National Coordinator Botswana, which the chair actually made some input on how, as IEG, do we influence the policy development and implementation at national level. I think this is very crucial for us, and it's very important for us to begin to see how do we make an inroad into this area of IEG work, and also supporting the implementation of MBSAPs of national government, because that is very, very key. In all biodiversity conservation space now globally is the implementation of the Kumé Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And how this happens is national government and subnational governments to develop national biodiversity strategic and action plans, which most parties to the UNCPD Convention have actually done at this moment. Some are still trying to develop or review their MBSAPs. So I think what is therefore important as IEG founder members or as IEG members and athletes is for us to begin to look at what is the MBSAP structure of my country, of our countries, And interestingly, there are a lot of provisions in the Commitment on Global Biodiversity Framework, which I believe that every national government, we include in their MBSAPs, especially on Target 3 and Target 22, which talk about the 30 by 30 target and the right of indigenous territories and traditional territories, the right of indigenous knowledge systems in restoration of all of these natural ecosystems. So I think these are openings for us, which as IEG members will now begin to go back to our various country or sub-country level to begin to see how do we fit into this, what do the MBSAPs of our country says about this, and how do we begin to adopt our involvement or engage our government on this area. So with that, we can even create initiative projects, that we can also implement, just like what, it's still on my own personal self I've been doing in Nigeria, looking at how the indigenous knowledge systems across various local communities can actually be, be supportive to the implementation of the new MBSAPs, which the national government has just adopted some few months ago. So this is a key thing that I think we need to do as IEG members. Then on the other hand, interestingly, during my initial presentation, Nigeria is actually blank on all biodiversity credit pilot projects or initiatives that is taking place all across Africa and other parts of the world. So flowing from this event, after these activities, as soon as possible, we really appreciate the development of a capacity building or capacity and training activities or workshops, to begin to see how do we develop, biodiversity credit program in the country, and also how do we begin to share knowledge and experiences, especially from neighboring countries like Kenya, like Tanzania or Botswana or every other country where we have similar projects, being carried out. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation, Esther. And you covered so many things that you also remind us about our approach, vision, and the initiative that we are committed to do that. I just want to ask ourselves to also consider some wording. For example, maybe we are not very careful about some wording, for example, empowerment or empowerment of indigenous people. I want to remind ourselves that we were empowered, but according to the systematic challenges and discrimination that we were faced, maybe we lose some of those power, and maybe we should use the word re-empowerment of indigenous peoples and local communities. The other thing is very related to what Terence mentioned. We had this discussion with Terence before that beside Jeff, we as indigenous peoples and local communities, we definitely believe that SGP and its process is one of the most inclusive and the best way for reaching out to very small grants. Even we can say directly, but it is not direct funding for indigenous peoples. But at the time, it is one of the most inclusive way of fundraising for indigenous peoples and local communities, but it is not enough. And day by day, we are seeing that how indigenous peoples and local communities are demanding their rights for direct access to funding. And I personally, I am very happy that we have Alexi with us, that he is advocating for our rights for the Kali Fund as indigenous peoples and local communities. And I hope that he can advocate for us, although he's alone there in the board, because there are just 2 indigenous peoples in that board with so many states, and he can overcome those challenges. But the thing is that day by day, there is more awareness raising about the need for direct access for funding for indigenous peoples and local communities. And we have this discussion with Esther that it should be the funding entities that they should raise their about our capacity for managing those funds. And it shouldn't be us who is always reiterating that we can do that, we can manage those funds. And it is very exhausting for us to always try to convince them during these years, more than it has been decades, that we are trying to convince the states and funders that we have the capacity to manage those funds. And I hope with this initiative, and specifically with BCA, and maybe, and I am very, very keen to hear from our colleagues who are attending as the SGP focal point in Africa afternoon, that what would be their mindset and their approach for IEG's initiative and reaching the IEG's organization members to those funds very directly. Yes, there are so many things to say, but yes, the time is here.
Thank you very much, Hani. Manish, I think you were asking to participate.
Yeah, thank you, Beatrice. I mean, it was just a brief one, as Michael was asking about, potential awareness raising, capacity building within, and of course, knowledge sharing for Nigeria to up to speed as well. And I just wanted to share that, of course, our engagement is through certain entry points. And we could definitely support stakeholders in respective countries on biodiversity credits awareness. And oftentimes it happens through, for instance, program like BioFin, because what we hear is sometimes the countries are not yet ready to have conversation around biodiversity credits. And that's where we need to also see that where is the development of the NBSAPs or the biodiversity finance plans, or what kind of policies are in place, so that we can have an entry point and make it as a kind of a reference to start engagement. Well, like in South Africa this time, we were planning to organize a workshop jointly with BioFin to get some of the BioFin countries interested and ready to move on biodiversity credits, kind of like getting them acquainted with the overall biodiversity credit development work. But then it didn't happen. So we may be organizing some of these, but I'll have to also check, Michael, with the colleagues in the BioFin program, that how is Nigeria, like a BioFin Nigeria program, where they are, what is the right point, because some countries are fairly at an early stage, some countries are slightly more advanced. So we need to see so that there is appropriate, point of entry. But thanks for raising it. I'll check with colleagues and well, I can come back to you on that as well.
So a couple of comments on, Michael, your point around these dialogues and engagements on NBSAPs. And I know you've worked with SGP Nigeria, as we were discussing yesterday or the day before for the NBSAP update. SGP can finance some projects which we call government CSO policy dialogues. That's something we agreed with the Jeff, I think it was Jeff 7 or maybe Jeff 6, I can't remember, but it's one of the types of projects that we can support. This has been useful in some of the conventions which are not so well known. So for example, with the work with the Stockholm Convention on POPs, this is going back 10, 15 years where SGP would convene these types of projects to show the government what are the sorts of ways of dealing with persistent organic pollutant chemicals. And then in some cases, this has actually led the government to ratify that convention. So the SGP can kind of catalyze more interest in. So I think the same thing applies now for biodiversity credits, but the difference is that it's with the private sector. So there are often many more pieces, and this is why the actors rather than pieces, and the partnership with the BCA is very important in terms of this is not something we can do as SGP, is sort of what Manesh was saying of bringing together so many different actors in the around nature markets. Just now to Hania's point around access to finance, this has been a very salient discussion in the last 3 years across different conventions. Through the UN Interagency Support Group on Indigenous Peoples, we have formed a kind of task force with other UN agencies, the World Bank, the GEF, the GCF, IFAD, to look at different models. From the sort of global calls to the national ones, and it's being debated this week in Belém around the disbursements through the Tropical Forest Forever facility in terms of could there be something like the SGP at the national level with governments to sort of facilitate the payments to indigenous peoples. I think the common thread is often the country ownership. So what SGP has done is find a balance between access to finance for CSOs and some kind of, I don't want to use the word de-risking, but it's a shared decision making, sharing power, sharing decisions around which the World Bank are actually interested in how that might apply to the TFFF. And then when it comes to the Kali Fund, with Alexei, we sat down with the CBD Secretariat a few weeks ago in Panama and the other indigenous peoples on the Kali Fund Steering Committee to talk about the possibility of some prototypes between now and Armenia. So as SGP, we're very interested in engaging in that prototyping, and we can have a longer conversation about that. And it links to the BCA IEG because we're also talking about private companies that want to engage on nature positive space. It might come through it's still decision 16.2 in Kali on funding from companies for the Kali Fund is still voluntary, but at some point there will be a connection with the work of the BCA, and so that's something we should continue to discuss.
Thank you, Terence. That is taking me. Is there any other? Okay, because then I will go to agenda time to review it.
Just a short one for Madam Esther. In your presentation, I didn't hear any criteria of how one becomes an IEG member. I note that Botswana, so those are some of the things that when you get back home, people were asking, how do one become? So there has to be a clear expectation so that I don't just raise hopes and then things are not right on them. Thank you so much.
I'm a very fortunate one because in every region of Africa, this face is known. So that question can nicely be answered. I'm going to answer. That question can nicely be answered by Semasiko, Botswana. who's also part of our executive of the CLN, Community Leaders Network. He's aware that we've already constituted what we call IIG Africa. He also presented an idea to us, which we're exploring, which I think because now we're here, we're going to take it out so that you understand when you get back home, you're able to take it from there. So this is what we've done as Africa. Instead of thinking of singling out people from South Africa, Zimbabwe because they're close, or Mozambique because it's too close to some of us who happen to have this information, we went direct to SADC. We went direct to people like Patita. We went direct to Central Africa, to Kapupu, there's another Michael there in DRC. Can't remember his surname. Yes, Michael Kakule. So we tried to pull out some of the community leaders from our 5 regions, sub-regions of Africa, like Dr. Rogers, Cecily from the Western region, and they were able to refer if they cannot sit in that interim arrangement of IIG setup, IIG Africa setup. They will then able to refer whoever they think will be able to have that capacity to sit in there and engage. It is still in the establishment phase, especially with the advisory forums, because we decided, if Patita can still remember, we decided that there will be a forum for traditional leaders, for youth, for women, for academic forum, government representatives, because we wanted some kind of inclusivity. Multilateral kind of institutions, maybe if UNDP is able to organize itself and get maybe 2 or so, I don't know how many countries to be represented, it will also help us there. Because like I keep on saying, Africa is vast. So you pick it up every time when you start talking, because they don't understand how vast we are. So that's how we have put together our structure. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to give the word to Anel, who is in online. Anel, we'll listen to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Beatrice. And good morning, everyone, and colleagues from the IEG as well as the SGP BCA colleagues. It was quite enriching to hear some of the presentations and the discussions, the engagement on this very complex topic, which is still unfolding in maturity and understanding, particularly from our side and also from the community side. They will be bombarded by a lot of terminologies that they might or might not even understand. And I think that is where this whole platform comes in, to actually deconstruct any misconception on exactly what this means, particularly for those communities that were exposed to the credits market that didn't work so well. I was listening in terms of the entry points where SGP now trying to find a way of actually moving this forward, and I think that was the issue that Esther, you mentioned, that so what about these projects, and then this is more of let's try to find a way forward. What are the countries, what countries are doing on the NB subs and the biofins and all the regulatory frameworks that are there that we might be able to tap on or to engage on, like what Terence was saying on the CSO dialogues on NB subs and stuff like that. So entry points for the small grants as well, because yes, there might be also expectations from us in terms of the support for the IEG and the BCA, and also collaboration with the biofin colleagues, which we are also trying to do from the country office side. where we have some of our projects in the investment portal of the government as well. I think there are about 2 or 3 that we currently have. But that is just piecemeal of the bigger picture that this program is trying to achieve. So in terms of SGP, I picked up the capacity building and awareness support and the CSO dialogues. What I wanted to find out was more of if the country has the opportunities to now start the piloting, as was shown with the maps, that there are projects that are happening here and there. At what stage does the SGP then enter into that space? Is it right at the inception stage? Should we expect that the private sector should be on board by that time, to someone to buy the credits and then help the communities understand the implications of that, help with the MRV? I'm trying to find out exactly at the piloting phase, what would be the best way for SGP to actually support the communities? We've got examples that we can also explore and say, okay, in that regard, that is the potential area that we can add value to the process. Otherwise, we might end up entering a space where there is expectation as well from the communities in the short run. Because if you tell communities that, well, this is going to mature in the next coming 5, 10, 15, 20 years, but we are starting the engagement now, some might not even understand that. So there is that need for us to also engage with that knowledge that we might or might not intentionally raising expectations from the communities, that because we're there, there's more coming to you. So I just wanted to clear that. Maybe there might be countries that have experienced something like this, where we can get into a space without really having some negative connotations or implications from the communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anil. I'm going to give you the word. Esther, you have a microphone there.
Thank you, Anile. Yeah, it's a difficult one, especially coming from a background of understanding how SGP grants work. It needs some kind of input to different country policies, which has to be approved between SGP and countries. But also from UNDP Global Terrace, I believe, as we have already indicated, there's an opportunity for funding policy engagements through CSOs. To manage expectation, I think from day one, if we are to get involved in a project, we have to have a way of engagement which will make our communities to be more empowered to a level where they do understand what we mean by biodiversity credits. Fortunately, from our side, we were very much innovative, coming up with the 8 billion hour pledge, because it's not directly linked to the maturity of the credits. It is linked to the time spent by our communities in service of nature. So maybe this is something that through local CEOs, without moving out of how SGPs work, can be linked to that particular project. When we start, communities at least will be able to get something as we are waiting for that maturity of the biodiversity credits. But even that level of investors and investment to fund that complications, methodologies, until the credits are matured, has to be clearly understood by the communities themselves. Now you are reminding me of the community guardianship concept that I have found that I like too much. every time when I look at it, it's very simple to understand. It's not talking about this science that we, with our degrees and masters and what, like to talk about. Because when you go to communities, you have to be part of them in terms of your language. If you're really serious when it comes to partnering with them. So that tool says to communities, this is nature markets. It's just a term, there's nothing there. We've been doing it for all these centuries and they will understand it at that level. What do you mean by credit? Because in my community language, if you tell me about credit, you are saying to me, I must loan something. You can come up with all the terminologies, but what they will hear is about loan. So that community guardianship initiative for me is a tool that says, hey, forget about all these terms. This is what we're talking about in our cultural and in our traditional understanding. I think I've tried to answer if Terence wants to add.
Maybe just back to the language point that you were saying, the French, English, and Spanish and local languages. And the word for stewardship, it has a certain meaning in English, which is positive, but in other languages, there isn't a word for stewardship. So yesterday, I saw that the ICCA consortium, which I'll talk a little bit more when I speak of that partnership we've had for 15 years, was looking at, in French, the word for stewardship. And the word gardien in French actually means like a sort of like a prison warden. Like, I'm exaggerating, but a gardien is like a person kind of like, sort of defending something or more like so they're proposing another word, garant, which I don't know if it's necessarily better, but this constant exploration of language, it is a bit better, right? And that replicates in every other language. So this is an interesting area in terms of translation, cultural translation, that SGP has been doing it in other countries. So I remember in Malaysia, the word for FPIC in indigenous communities in Borneo, they have a Dayak word, which means when a boy and a girl decide to go away together, the consent is given by the girl. And so they use that word for the consent for the FPIC. And then everyone understands, okay, that's FPIC, that it's their own indigenous, word. But, there are so many other concepts which don't translate very well. And this is, it may seem a bit, it's not trivial. It's actually really important. If you don't understand the cultural, and that's why it was exciting for me and Kali to learn about the work of Toha, bringing in so many indigenous concepts into the work on relationality and biodiversity kind of credits and arrangements and partnerships.
Thank you, colleagues, for being here. I'm going to share the screen for wait, I'm almost there.
So just to check online, we have Anele and Nancy.
Yes,
still.
Anele. Nancy left, but Anele is there. So, and we are recording as well. Okay, come on, slideshow. Go. Let me turn off the. So our next presentation is going to be yours, Terence, and then we have a space for your presentation if you want to send it to me, or you would. So, okay, thank you, Terence. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Beatrice. So, well, there was a comment about just looking at the agenda again, which I think we can maybe take stock in a little while about how we're doing for today and tomorrow. The way I look at it is that we're a little bit flexible in this workshop. We can adjust according to how things are going. We're not according to a very fixed schedule. And I didn't really have a fixed presentation here either. So it's more of a conversation. But what I wanted to do is at least make a kind of quick summary overview reference of some of the work that as SGP we've been doing with Indigenous peoples over quite a long time period, particularly for maybe IEG members who don't know about or know less about SGP. Some of you have worked at the national level. Michael or Patita, you've been in contact with the SGP programs in those countries, Esther as well, but others less so. So here in this slide, I think I'm okay, right? These are a few examples of partnerships and publications and areas of work that SGP has been able to implement with different donors, different sources of funds over the years. So maybe I'll just go back a little bit in time to in the year 2000. One of the challenges that the SGP had in the GEF2 was there was a lot of skepticism about whether sort of funding civil society projects was actually delivering at the time global environmental benefits for the GEF, because there were skeptics who said these are small projects, they don't really do very much, we need to fund bigger projects. And so one of the partnerships we had here called Compact was looking at how to aggregate multiple small grants at a landscape or territorial scale for greater impact. And so that had a set of methodologies to look at a territorial, some people would call it jurisdictional scale now, in the climate and red space, where at that time the focus was on existing protected areas that had been recognized as World Heritage Sites. So, for example, in Tanzania, Faustine's predecessor, Nehemiah Murusuri, we worked there, and in Kilimanjaro to cluster a whole series of our small grants around the landscape around Mount Kilimanjaro, with various other steps of kind of site strategies and baseline assessments and ways of intervening. And I'm saying this because it's not for access to finance for indigenous peoples and communities on the ground. If each and every project is a separate world unto itself, it is less likely to have the collective impact than a more portfolio approach. And so we tested this landscape methodology in about 10 countries for sometimes existing protected areas, and then some of the ones where there were plans for developing a new one in Madagascar. From that landscape model came other partnerships where we were clustering and aggregating the small grants for socio-ecological production landscapes and seascapes, so SEPLs. That partnership is called Comdex, and we continue in SGP to aggregate smaller projects at a larger scale. So whilst we're called a small grants program, we can actually do a lot more in the way in which we have a strategic approach. So each country here has a country program strategy where they focus on certain landscapes. About 15 years ago, we also started looking at in relation to the former Aichi targets and even further back, the role of indigenous territories and community conserved areas for the GBF, or now what we call GBF Target 3, and it was Aichi Target 11 before. The biodiversity that is conserved in indigenous territories beyond protected areas. And from that came, so you see here various publications and frameworks. So this one is the self-strengthening methodology for ICCAs, which was co-developed or developed by the ICCA consortium based on the principles of self-determination on increasing the self-awareness of what is one of these areas in the context of the CBD and conservation of biodiversity. And from this have come many different things, including a collaboration with, and so Hani has been involved with that work of the ICCA consortium at a regional and global scale. And there are some lessons there about maybe way in which we have been able to support membership. And I was just talking to Patita about the African region across a regional scale with including sort of representative decision making in the different regions. And it's not evenly spread. There are some regions where there's more activity than others. And then here we work, a piece of this has been working with the UNEP World Conservation Monitoring Center to develop a registry for what was Aichi Target 11 and now under the current GBF language for indigenous and traditional territories, or ICCAs for GBF Target 3. So in Panama last month, there was a discussion with the parties about how these how indigenous territories would be counted for that target. So that's something that we've engaged with, and this publication, I have a few copies and it can be downloaded, summarizes some of those partnerships. This one here, and I have a few copies, looks at the way in which SGP has worked with indigenous peoples around things. We were talking about language earlier in different terms of linguistic access, in terms of different formats that have been tested for working with remote populations. It looks at the way in which we've had an indigenous fellowship program over the last 7 or 8 years at the national and global level. And some of those indigenous fellows are now, in a way, benefiting from, for example, our indigenous fellow from Colombia, Edith Bastidas. She's now, what is it? She's in the Ministry of, she's been Vice Minister of Environment, right? And she was, and there are a number of other cases where, these indigenous fellowships really help in terms of being able to go to international meetings. And so we have a youth indigenous fellow who's working with Beatrice Apner. He's 28. He just went to Belém, and that's both in the nature and the climate space. And the reason I have this reference here is that UNDP, the Sustainable Development Goals refer to leaving no one behind. And when there was this independent evaluation of UNDP's work in this respect, the SGP was singled out as one of the programs that had done the most for working with both indigenous peoples, women, but also persons with disabilities. So there are certain operational lessons about being flexible and so on that, so these are all background context. I think go to the next slide. So yeah, just to say in terms of, so the JEF Independent Evaluation Office did a review of all the JEF agencies in 2017. At that time, many of the larger projects were not providing access to finance, or there were components or references from indigenous peoples, but there wasn't really much access to the finance. So SGP at that time seemed to be the primary modality. But as we were just discussing just now, the JEF has made a lot of efforts to introduce new windows like the inclusive conservation, which has given higher levels of funding. So next slide. So we then the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Vicky Tauli-Corpus, had asked us then to provide a more granular analysis of our work. And this was in the context of access to climate finance, because the GCF does not have a window like the SGP. And this is another area of ongoing work. And next year, there will be some global thematic dialogues with the GCF building on this. And so the consultant who worked with us, she had worked with the GEF secretary, and she looked at the 127 countries and the trends in terms of the number of projects with indigenous peoples. And we saw that they were slightly higher than we had estimated. And this report, if anyone's interested, is available in terms of looking at some of these regional trends. Next slide. I just wanted to mention that this report, people often talk about this Garnett study. I don't know how many of you have heard. He's a professor in Australia who estimated how much biodiversity is in indigenous lands, which is often referred to, but it didn't. It was only in indigenous lands. It didn't look at a broader definition of, beyond indigenous territories towards local communities. So in 2021, this was a collaboration with all these institutions you see here to update this study, which was launched at the IUCN World Conservation Congress in Marseille. And that data is hosted by UNEP World Conservation Monitoring Center. So it's this kind of evolving baseline and reference, which assists, aside from this old figure of 80% of biodiversity, it needs to be more precise than that. And I think this is important when we're talking about biodiversity credits, because we need these methodologies and traceability, but ways of demonstrating and monitoring. I think the idea is that the WCMC will continue to update some of this data. Next slide, please. So, yeah, so I just have one slide. So this partnership with Germany has been going since 2014 to provide finance through the Small Grants Program for the global targets under the Aichi framework and now under the GBF. So we're now in the third installment with Germany for 50 countries to use SGP dedicated finance for target 3, which we've been talking about, but these other targets 21, 22, and 23 as well. And maybe we should add target 19. I never thought of mentioning it, but it's basically target 19. It's mobilizing finance for access to funding for IPs and LCs. So we launched that in Montreal, and just this last few days, we've been reviewing the timing for when the calls for proposals will go out. So the majority of countries will announce the calls for proposals in the next 2 months. So here we'll be talking tomorrow morning, I think, in our SGP session with Tanzania, Nigeria, Botswana, Iran, Panama, Cameroon, are all participating in this partnership in addition to the GEF funding. So this is something where we can support some of, the reason I'm mentioning is we can support some of the pilot work on biodiversity credits with this funding in those 50 countries, but also with the GEF funding in the wider 127, where we have the GEF funding. I think that was the last one. So I put these things up more to contextualize our discussion. So that, because the basic idea of this workshop was that SGP can fund pilot projects with the BCA using the high integrity principles. And Anele asked the question, what sorts of projects should be considered? Certainly MRV type projects, I think is an obvious one. We had a partnership with Government of Norway 10 years ago to pilot community-based RED Plus projects. And Tanzania, we were talking with Faustine yesterday, was one of the, no, not Tanzania, but you've worked with RED Plus, but Beatrice in Panama worked with the CBR, wrong here. So Nigeria was one of the other countries for the community-based RED Plus. So that was on community-based carbon monitoring. And so when we were in Panama in May, we talked about how SGP can support these new technologies, whether it's drones or other types of, and we'll talk this afternoon more with the digital colleagues about that. But as Anele mentioned, we can also fund these civil society government dialogue platforms, raising awareness about what are biodiversity credits, nature markets, but typically in SGP, pure awareness raising is not something that many of the national steering committees look at. They tend to want to do something more practical. So that was really the objective of this workshop, is with IEG, with all of you, to think through what would be the best investments in each of, well, broadly and then in particular countries, given that we also have all these other partnerships and activities that I mentioned. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Before going back to you, Marilo, there's a request of Hania to give. You have. We wait for Hania to speak. You want to go here, and then I'll open the floor for questions. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Terence, for introducing the work that you are doing. I just want to borrow the last sentence that you mentioned, that what would be the best practice and what we demand specifically from Jeff and SGP. I'm not going to talk about our experience with ICCA Consortium and SGP. However, it was very, very great experience. And during last decade, we witnessed that how SGP grants are going to be aligned with ICCA Consortium and Territories of Life. I want to suggest maybe we can, as a lesson learned from ICCA Consortium and Territories of Life, maybe we can work on criteria that in this criteria, instead of SGP CCA or ICCA, we can say SGP IEG. Then by aligning those criteria, we can ask our SGP focal point and those small grants to be aligned with the criteria that IEG is going to provide. Then we can show that exactly what we witnessed with SGP ICCA and CCA, then there would be some budget that is going directly for the projects related to environmental guardianship, and the criteria we can produce exactly the same as the criteria ICCA Consortium produce. And if I want to also share with you one more tips, which is related to the terminology, it would be very great if we as indigenous peoples and local communities, whenever we use land, exactly after that, we also use territories. Because, for example, as nomadic pastoralists, or most of the indigenous peoples, as we heard from His Majesty yesterday, they do not just talk about specific ownership on lands. They are talking about the territories that is providing some ecosystem services for the people who are living there. And this is one of the terminology that most of the government and some of our partners are not very familiar with that. And that's why it would be great also we use the terminology of territories of life in our documentation. Because again, as we are the guardianship of those territories, we are talking about the territories that are providing life, not just for us, but for other people who are living in there. So maybe we can work on these. I'm not going to talk more. Maybe we can discuss more about it later.
Thank you very much, Hani. So in the original agenda,
Thank you very much, Terence, for the opportunity, and I know it comes with a whole lot of innovative ideas around it to ensure that from the perspective of the funders, they achieve their objectives, that of offering that funding, and they ensure that the outcomes of those projects are in line with their expectations. Now, the cultures and traditions are very different, guys. And it's always good to have all these studies, but be extra sensitive when it comes to other cultures. I did not want to talk more about it, but I think, Terence, the next study, you need to do more work on cultures, traditions, and knowledge systems in Africa. I know it's gonna be heavy because of our different cultures and tradition. I'm mentioning this, Ani, because I've just heard what you said, territory versus lands, but I also do not want to talk on behalf of the SADC region, the 16 countries. I want to talk about the region itself. In the morning, I made an example of the meaning of credit. That the moment you mention credit, communities are going to run away. And that is the cultural kind of understanding. It's not like it's bad. From your presentation, so I'm running away from commenting on some of this wording because I know they can create a lot of issues. From your presentation, I've picked up that the funding is also focusing on what we call protected areas. Yes, and reserves. So again, I don't want to touch that issue talking as a global person. I want to talk to it from the African perspective. We are sitting with serious problems, and I've raised it in the previous, I think it was Biodiversity Credit Alliance Forum or Task Force meeting. Those protected areas, some of you guys, you happened to go to Kruger yesterday, and you were very happy to be there, which is fine. We also enjoy to be there. But I also saw you guys taking pictures where they were 3 countries. When we arrive there, we are not excited as Africans. We are only excited when we see animals. We are very painful to see what had happened. Those lands are our lands, but they put fences. You are stuck. You can't even get to go and talk to your ancestors inside there. I'm aware that there is a huge amount of money from some of the funders that I don't want to mention. They've released it specifically for African protected areas. For me, it means that money is going to fund the same colonizers who put that fence there and nothing else. We're not against, as Africans, we're not against protecting of those animals, protecting of those plants, herbal special trees in there. We're against the model that the world continues to buy into it and plow a lot of money in there. You have seen, some of you, that there are a lot of communities around that fence. If you were looking at it, they're very poor. Maybe it can be argued that South Africans, you are better off because maybe you don't have thatched roofs or a traditional thatched roof around the fence, but they're very poor. But a person will go and put billions inside that Kruger National Park. What type of a leader, international leader, can you really think? So for this person, for him, it's all about the tree and the animal. The people can go to wherever, I don't care. That's the attitude. We appreciate the funding opportunity. We will have to explore hard in terms of the protected areas, how best we can ensure that also our people around those protected areas are part of these projects. Thank you.
No. Thank you, Esther.
Yeah. Just an additional comment to what Esther has said. I think, Esther, let me start by saying that the thing about a lot of these movements, what is the goal? Why are we doing this? Why are we part of IG? Why are we? There are very many networks, if you saw what he presented. There are very many networks across the world that are doing very many different things. And some of the things we are doing now are as a result of success from other people who've pushed in that space, in those spaces. They've created those spaces for us. And that's why we consistently have to work together, because there are those institutions, there are those organizations, there are those movements that their work is simply to go into these spaces and make noise, which is advocacy. It's good for us and allows us to now then come with what we have on the table. Because if we all go into the fighting mood, good. But the thing is, after we have made those gains, after we have gotten a little bit of space, what do we do with it? I hear you, and maybe it would be up to you in this region to look at what is it that allows, or what is it that you're able to do to benefit from that money, so that even if it is, for example, if it's negotiating, should all the money go just to the protected areas without any other areas that have got wildlife in it? Are we talking about just the locality? Are we talking about the presence of nature? Are we talking about the contribution of your country to meet its 30 by 30 target? Like in my country, for example, the reason as to why we've managed to work with our government and in a way bring conservancies, which are community, conservancies is community lands, but they are recognized in our Wildlife Act as a mixed land use, because the land use that we have for pastoralists, for example, supports conservation. So our government cannot meet its 30 by 30 target without including conservancies. And so that's where our catch is. It's the same thing. A lot of money goes into national parks, and those national parks are the same ones that have got our land as the dispersal area, as the expansion area, and it's not recognized. But the fact that our government cannot meet its 30 by 30 targets without the conservancies and all the other OECMs, then that's how we come in. We recognize, and the uniqueness when we have, for example, the FPIC guidelines, they're meant to be guidelines that, yes, they can cut across everywhere globally, but you as SADC, how do you use your FPIC? Because it's definite, your problems are different, challenges are different, your policies are different. How do you engage for it to be meaningful to you? As we develop NBSAPs, how do you engage your government so that the interests of your people remain with these sorts of NBSAPs? So I think the capacity of each region to engage with its government and stakeholders is what we continuously need to seek, find help for ourselves, so that I know what my unique problem is in East Africa and how do I engage my policymakers in East Africa, so that as we continuously look for money, as we want to target this financing supposed to come to communities, what opportunity do we have to get at least, even if it is just 30%, because 50% before we get there, you might not. But I just want to encourage Esther, because I'm the one who kept asking you. At some point I wanted to come back because I was like, where are we going? Because I felt bad, because that's something that I know happens in my country, but it has reduced over the years. But to drive for 4 hours, and I am not seeing a human being, I'm just seeing a fence, it got to me. But that's a unique problem. It's a unique situation, which only you can get yourselves out of.
Well, thanks. I think we could talk a lot about protected and conserved areas, but this is like one of the areas around the debate around what we're talking about here on nature markets and biodiversity credits and so on. So what I would say is that, well, under the former Aichi targets, that particular target got the most attention because it was sort of measurable. It was based on area-based criteria, which and that has not gone away. The 30 by 30 still gets a lot of attention, and so to some extent, these sorts of partnerships we have with Germany is because of the interest in 30 by 30. But I think to answer your question, our focus has been for a long time to get beyond government protected areas towards this much broader suite of governance types, which starts to recognize indigenous governance. Basically, that's what we've been supporting for 15 years. And the whole, it's this very sort of, into the CBD debates around other effective area-based conservation measures, whether you call them indigenous and traditional territories, that whole advocacy of IFB that as SGP, we support that, and we philosophically are totally aligned with the fact that those models of command and control, fences and fines, all of that it's almost, I mean, it's not that it doesn't have a place any longer, because there are definitely cases of countries in serious conflict in this region where, yeah, but I think what I heard loud and clear in 2022 in Kigali during the first Africa Protected and Conserved Areas Congress was that the international NGOs had, in a sense, for far too long received the lion's share of funding. And I won't name them, but some of those bingos have, there was a perception that they were getting in between, and then this debate about intermediaries. So if there is interest from foundations to provide more funding to the African continent, I fully and completely support your point that more should get to the actors on the ground. And if there's anything we as SGP can help you as IEG and any other networks in Africa, we are here for you for that particular target. But I think in the work on nature markets, we need to think beyond just this area-based focus and think of other ways in which, your constituency can be supported.
Thank you very much. I've been trying hard not to get into SADC, East Africa, because we are going to lose it. We are IEG and we have 7 regions. And what I've raised is about Africa. Don't worry about East, West, South Africa, whatever. We need to find a solution because the problem is here and it's not going to go away. And it's not only in SADC. But we need to find a way as IIG get a solution where Africa will not be focusing on what used to be a wrong way of addressing our issues via protected areas. And I said, and I repeat, there's nothing wrong with protected areas and our eggs. My concern is more to do with people outside the fence who were told, no, get out of the fence and just wait for us, we'll call you. And since 1895, we're still waiting to be called into those fences. I'm not saying to go and stay. To go and work with the funders, to go and work with the regional governments. For us who were chased out of those fences to start benefiting. So let us not make it a regional, sub-regional Africa and country level.
We could go deeper and deeper into this debate on protected areas, but just to say that the question of the overlap of protected areas and indigenous territories, in 2016, the IUCN Congress asked for guidance to be developed on situations where a protected area was superimposed on an indigenous territory. And so I was involved for more than the last 6 years to develop this guidance on recognizing ICCAs overlapped by protected areas. And the estimations vary from anything between 30% to 50% of protected areas in some countries. So this particular volume has a lot of case studies from different countries, some very positive in Canada, where the governance arrangements now explicitly recognize indigenous custodianship within, and others where there are more of these historical legacy issues which remain to be addressed. So this might be something that could be explored with in any of the countries through the SGP. Maybe some of the grants could look at indigenous peoples living within protected areas to find proper mechanisms to compensate or to give access. That's something that could be foreseen for sure.
Okay, thank you, Beatrice. So mine will be short, like 12 to 15 minutes.
I would like just to share with you, colleague, a short overview of SGP in Africa. Just a short overview of SGP in Africa. Yes. Yes, I have some general information about SGP. As most of you are aware, our motto is local solution to global environmental problems using a community-driven approach. And I think that this is what is putting all of us together here. And we support community initiative and actions by awarding grants to civil society organizations. So civil society organizations, we have NGOs, we have community-based organizations. We are also supporting sometimes initiative from churches, not always identified as NGOs, but also from schools in parts of our actions really to get closer, to be closer to the communities. So we are also known as a fast, efficient, and friendly mechanism to reach communities and indigenous people. Why? Because there is no intermediary between SGP and the CSOs. When your project has been reviewed and a grant approved, we send the resources directly to the civil society organization, and based on what we have, like maybe the result framework of your project, you can start the implementation of the country program. Yeah, of the project. Yes. So, as I was saying, our grant, starting on the JEF of operational phase, the ceiling is 75,000 US dollars, although we expect that the average will be maybe around 25, 35 to maybe 40, 45. And we also have strategic projects. The strategic projects, sometimes we are scaling up very successful initiatives. We can have this strategic project. Strategic project also can be projects that are maybe transboundary between 2 or 3 countries. And we also have capacity development. The capacity development initiative project generally, they help us for monitoring and evaluations, because some of the countries where we are operating, they are so big that it's difficult really for only the national coordinator with the national steering committee members to go for monitoring and evaluation. So we have this capacity development grant who can support the monitoring and evaluation, assist the national, the coordination team, but also working on knowledge management. This can also be an opportunity maybe to bring together grantees to draw lessons from initiative and maybe produce a knowledge product that can be shared. And for SGP, we have a core component with the National Steering Committee. The National Steering Committee is like the body that gives the ownership of the country program to the country. These are volunteers that are sent to work or to support the country team in implementing the country program. And it's the National Steering Committee who is in charge of approving the grants. So it's not the coordination team only. And this National Steering Committee is having a majority of civil society organizations, although we also have like the JEF operational focal point or the JEF political focal point who is member of the National Steering Committee. We have the representative of the UNDP country office is normally is the resident representative, it himself or herself, but this can be delegated. He can designate any staff of the country office, maybe the deputy resident representative or maybe the environment team leader to represent him in the National Steering Committee. We can also have maybe one representative of the government, any government technical ministry. We have representative of the private sector. We have representatives from academia. This blend of people is really helping us to attract or to have the more interesting project that can demonstrate what we would like to have. And in this National Steering Committee, we have representative of indigenous people. We have representative of youth. We have also a member who is in charge of ensuring that the gender mainstreaming is really being properly taken care of. So since the program started in 1992, we have supported more than 29,000 projects, either through only the JEF funding, but also using non-JEF funding through various partnerships. So the Small Grant Program is a corporate program of Nigeria, which is being implemented and executed by UNT. Next. So this is a sort of map of the country programs where we are operating. Now for the JEF8, we might have about 127, but there have been other operational phases where we had like 135. So these are the average. It varies according to the various operational phases. Okay. Yes, this globally, this is how this is the distribution of SGP projects in the various JEF focal areas. Next. So for us, it's also important to ensure that social inclusion is being taken care of in our country program. So each country program, at the beginning of the operational phase, they have to develop a country program strategy. And in our country program strategy, we have to ensure that social inclusion is going to be taken care of in the strategy when it's being elaborated. So we know how many maybe women-led projects would like to support, and even the amount of grants we would like to give to them. Youth-led initiative, indigenous people support initiative, and so on. Next. So SGP also have been doing a great job to support indigenous people. So
going back.
We have different initiatives, either at global level, at regional level, but also at country levels. We have had a number of partnerships, but we have supported, for example, about 15 years or 16 years ago, supported some country programs to have indigenous people being trained on how to use video to submit their proposals. Okay.
Just on that, so this picture is from Uganda. So this is the Batwa, the people from near the Bwindi forest who were excluded from the protected area. And so this grant funded an eco-cultural resource center for Batwa. And that to this day is still functioning. And this was a training in participatory video, so they could present their ideas through this storyboarding and participatory video, which they themselves prepared. And so we have continued to try to mainstream this, and some of the other countries have taken it on board, but it's not, it's still work in progress, because ultimately we still need to sign an agreement and have certain types of documents. But I think it's becoming, in one way, easier now to use these video-based materials, but they still need to be structured. You can't just sort of just do any old thing with a phone, and it's a subject we'd like to continue to discuss.
Okay. But I think that there are some countries around the world who are still using or accepting video proposals. I think that during OP8, it would be good to see how we can better structure it, because we know that some indigenous people communities, they are not used having writing as their main way of communicating. So this also will be, will be important. So we're having a project with indigenous people in Cameroon. These were the Fulani, called in Cameroon Bororo. So this was a project. They were, it was about ethno-veterinary medicine. So they were using, yes, what they can find around them, what they have in their home garden to treat their livestock. So far they were going to the Orthodox vet, maybe for immunizations, but to deworm them, to treat wounds and so on. So they have been using this. And in this case also, they had the video as a sort of report of this project, because most of the participants, they were not able to write, and the promoter, for some of them, they could not really read. They said that they prefer to speak, and one of them can translate what they were saying. Next. Okay, see, here we just have from July 2024 to June 2025, a sort of distribution of the portfolio of active projects around the world. And you can see that Africa is also among most of the region where we have many projects, while we have Asia and the Pacific, 36%. So SGP in Africa is very active. 30% of the portfolio is from Africa. Next. Okay, so we just have here numbers. And this beautiful lady is from Namibia. So in Africa, we are covering now 40 active country programs, 40. And this is almost sub-Saharan Africa. So without mentioning the Arab state, we have 40 active country programs. And by early next year, we'll be having 3 additional ones: Angola, Chad, Sao Tome, and Principe. So Somalia will be coming, but we are not counting Somalia here, because Somalia is with the Arab states. So we have a very, in terms of number of countries, so Africa is one of the most covered. Now we have figures in terms of finance. This is only JEF fund, but we have some non-JEF funds through various partnerships. We have ICCA, GSI, we have Comdex, that is still ongoing. We are just trying to close the Great Green Wall innovation program with African Union and SADC. We have adaptation fund that is starting with Botswana, Chad, Namibia, Kenya, Tanzania, Somalia. We'll be having 6 countries in Africa on the adaptation fund. Yes. Okay, our strategic approach is an integrated approach. So we have a number of strategic initiatives where we are actually working. They are listed there, and we also have some non-JEF partnership, some of them. And the most important thing is about the cross-cutting initiatives, as I was mentioning. For us, social inclusion is very important. We are also talking about the South-South cooperation because we are sure that we can learn from one another. This is also something that is important. We have the policy dialogue. In some of our countries, there is no link between the field, the local communities, the indigenous people, and those who are making policies. And we also generally support this kind of project to initiate the dialogue Yes, sometime we can have also private sector being included in this kind of dialogue, because sometimes, as you were mentioning, people can be just displaced because we want to have an agro-industry plantation, I don't know, from rubber, of cocoa, or palm oil. So these are also sort of platform that enable us to have this kind of conversation and to ensure that the voice of the local communities, of the indigenous people, can be taken to another level. It can start at the regional level, but now also to see how we can move, because sometimes through a project, maybe the policy can be influenced. But if there is no way to start communicating with the local government, it's not easy that even if it was successful, this can be really maybe mainstream in the country policies. Next. So this is a sort of a distribution of the active portfolio in Africa. So as you can see, biodiversity is a very, where we have the almost 50%, 40% of our resources being channeled, followed by land degradation. But generally, our projects are not, we can have as priority focal area biodiversity. But we know that land degradation, climate change, sometimes all these three conventions, we can have the project addressing them in one way or another. Next. Okay, so we have here some regional figures in terms of what we have reached within the past 12 months up to June this year. Okay, next. And Africa is also being engaged of a number of partnerships, as I have mentioned. And these partnerships, for some, they are at the global level, some are at the regional level, and also we also have the possibility of having SGP country programs serving as a delivery mechanism. What does that mean? That means that we can have a global, or let's say medium-sized or a full-size project within the country, and the project is having a community component based on the result of the country program, and also maybe the relationship with the GEF operational focal points, or through the UNDP country office, the SGP country program can be requested to serve as delivery mechanism. That means that through SGP mechanism, the National Steering Committee, the monitoring and evaluation perspective of SGP, we can support to channel these resources to local communities. And this is also something that we continue to work on, because this also helps to give exposure to what is being done, because sometimes we are working with remote communities where it's only SGP that can go. Some of the projects, the medium size, the full size, they're addressing maybe policies, planning, and so on. But for them to be grounded, SGP is helping this kind of project to have roots and to really touch the ground. Next. And thank you. Thank you. And this baby, I think that he's now like 14, because the picture was taken a number of years ago. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. So I give the floor, I'll turn the lights on. Was somebody wants to make a question? But you have your own. No worry.
Thank you very much for a very useful presentation. I thought I know a lot about SGP because I'm their product, but I think today, yeah, this presentation was very helpful. And I'm very impressed the way you keep on looking for some innovative ways of still reaching at that ground level. Currently, currently, from my experience and from SADC, we are very impressed. Our SGP is doing a fantastic job. The question, what is your definition of international waters? And the reason why I'm asking that is because we have a lot of challenges in our rivers, but through policy intervention, I think the AU has already addressed it, but I think we have to closely go closer to those challenges through the different transfrontier parks. You have your Congo Basin through Angola, you have your Limpopo transfrontier, you have so many, but those rivers are in trouble. That's why I'm interested in understanding what your definition of international rivers means.
Go first.
So international waters they can be transboundary water water bodies, but it can also be any river, how can I say, contributing to a major water body. Like we were mentioning the Guinea, how you call it, can be like the Niger basin. You can have the Congo basin water, but you also have sometimes, it cannot be a major one, but any activity, pollution, and maybe any action on the watershed that will prevent the water to go to the major water body is a detrimental action. And sometimes we are working to contribute to this. You can have an action here, but because it's acting on maybe the Okavango or whatever, the action here, local action, will have an impact on this transboundary water body. And we have various of these. Yes, Terence?
Yeah, maybe I would just add that you saw the figure of 1%, so it's very small. And in fact, we need to somewhat increase, and this is, I'm talking to the national coordinators now, we need to be able to increase that number, because the way that Jeff give us money, the core funding, it's according to the different focal areas. So Sulan, our colleague, used to be our international waters advisor. And so she had an agreement with UNEP, which is one of the other Jeff agencies, to include a component for small grants, access, CSOs and communities under the UNEP financed international waters projects. And there've been many of them over the years, including for the West Indian Ocean, for Mauritius and Seychelles and those countries, Comoros. And there have been cases where the World Bank kind of basically used SGP as a kind of mechanism for the Nile Basin. This is 15 years ago, aligning small grants. But because those international waters projects tend to be multi-country government projects, they do what is called a transboundary diagnostic analysis. And from that comes a transboundary action plan. So what SGP does typically is try to align with those broader government frameworks and what we downscale to have actions on the ground. And so there are lots of nice examples, like in the Senegal River, where the SGP in Mauritania and Senegal funded a lot of small grants in the delta, the Senegal River Delta, for like removing invasive species, to kind of renegotiate access rights for some of the fishing community. So if you're interested, we can talk more about the international waters approach, but it's often rather political because all the governments are trying to decide on some common framework, and then we are doing the sort of on the ground action.
Okay. Terence, I would like to add that with colleagues from the UNDP Regional Service Center in Addis, we are working on a regional initiative around the Okavango River Basin, which will involve Botswana, Namibia, and Angola. And SGP mechanism will be used. And I'm discussing with the colleagues that as it's unfold, I have provided them the CPS, the country program strategy for OP7 for Namibia and Botswana. And I told them that I'll be sharing also for OP8, because currently we have the country program strategy for Botswana, but the one of Namibia is not yet ready. And Angola will start next year. And I think that it will be also a way, if SGP is involved in this Okavango River Basin initiative, we also have to bring a sort of co-financing, because if we act in this landscape, the impact will be shared, and we can also report on what we are doing on it. And I think that is also an initiative that will enable us during OPA to increase, let's say, our footprint in this focal area.
Babaloki, you want to add or others? But in the BCA, there's a marine biodiversity credits working group. So I think we need to connect some of the work that we've done on locally managed marine areas. For example, in Kenya, with they're called BMU's beach management units. In Madagascar, the LMMA concept has been customary governance of Mauritius on the octopus closures. So we should look at the marine work of SGP to link it in terms of customary governance institutions with the BCA Marine Working Group as well. But maybe Babaloki and Ronke.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add on to what Marlo was saying, that there's an ongoing project proposal that is here to be submitted to JEF for financing. And one of the key issues there is they want to operationalize what is called the COP Fund. COP Fund is a mechanism for communities to access parts within the landscape of the Okavango River Basin, right from Angola, Namibia to Botswana. And in the discussions, like Marlo has indicated, is that they should uptake the SGP modality as a way of how they can reach the communities in terms of finance, in terms of implementation of the projects in there. Over and above that, like colleagues have said, yes, SGP has been in international waters, has been trying to support communities work in the river basins. That to all of them in Botswana, they are international. We share with other riparian states. So we are working with communities to see how best we can protect the water bodies, such that when it reaches the next country, still in a better condition for it to be used. So that is how it is. But similarly, the percentages that Marlo has shown is what is happening, because when we call for proposals, we list all the thematic areas, but now it's up to the communities to propose what they think will be best for them. And usually international waters is not really, the many proposals are not aligned to that. Then that's why eventually we have smaller percentages, but yes, we do put that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I just also want to add to this. Actually, that number may not really be, we have more of that, because usually what happens is that the definition, even within the civil society organizations, is another thing. And for example, we have a project supported at one of the international waters, and it's on chemicals. So it depends on the focus where the civil society organization wants to emphasize their intervention. So in that water is international, but what they are emphasizing is the chemical, addressing the chemical pollution in that water. So in a way, and then of course for SGP to avoid double counting of projects. That's why in some cases, I mean, in this particular case of international waters, we have, it looks like it's very low. Yes.
Yes, of course, as my colleague said, Ronke, I think due to the integrated nature of these most projects that we have, so like most of the labeling of the projects relates to the funding allocation. So it could be a project funding from the JEF STAR, that's the strategic allocation on say, for example, biodiversity, but the projects are focusing on marine biodiversity. So in one way or another, these beach management units are working on international water, but with the funding sourced from STAR allocation on biodiversity components. So thank you so much. You understand?
Maybe just the point in relation to what we're talking about here with biodiversity credits and GBF targets is that mostly what is being counted for marine by governments are these huge marine kind of designations. We heard about Niue from Manesh, which was basically mostly that all of their territorial waters. The Cook Islands did the same thing. They just said the whole of our EEZ is which is sorry to say it, it's kind of meaningless in one way because there's no established governance or management of these huge areas. And what is being missed are the people living on the coastal areas who have, they may be very small, but they in terms of livelihoods and actual reliance on coastal resources for food and livelihoods are critical. And they're not going to make the 30%, but so we as SGP, and I think with if the IEG members working on marine, this kind of recognition of customary governance of marine nearshore, coral reef, these types of initiatives could really be eligible for the types of partnerships around biodiversity credits as well.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Lovely to meet you today. So my name is Zong, and I sit in the Digital for Planet team, which belongs to the newly merged kind of planet, kind of previously nature, climate, energy hubs within BPPS and HQ. And I'm actually calling, I'm really sad I couldn't be there physically, but I'm actually dialing in from London on the street that I'm on is called Pretoria Avenue. So actually, in a way, I am in there in spirit. And so I've kind of been asked to prepare this presentation today on kind of really thinking about how we can accelerate local action, particularly on MRV and biodiversity through digital technology. And I just wanted to, before I start, can check that you can see the slides okay? It should be kind of the opening slide now.
Yes, we can see that.
Perfect, thank you. I can't see you anymore because I've lost view of the room. So I won't be able to see if anyone's raising their hand. So please feel free to interrupt me at any point. If not, I'll just ramble on until the end. And so I think the way this presentation will be structured, so I'll start, it's really an overview of what we're doing at UNDP in kind of climate and nature around these areas. And before going into the detail of kind of the approach and technology, I wanted to talk a little bit about an overview of how at UNDP we've been approaching this. In the past year, we've been really working with kind of the leaders within nature and climate to really identify the 3 opportunities for digital to really accelerate UNDP's role in supporting governments on their nature and climate commitments. And the 3 areas that have been prioritized the 3 areas that our work is centered around are around kind of bringing together different policy areas and policy coherence between nature, climate, and digital that are previously very siloed to really help governments have that kind of overview picture and be able to kind of develop policy and implement policy in a much more cohesive and impactful way. The second area that's really been prioritized is around how can we better finance for nature, for climate, and kind of bring finance to local communities. How do we use digital and data to do that in kind of a more impactful way that builds trust and transparency and unlocks finance? And the last area is around unlocking new business models and incentives for green transition, for integrated nature and climate solutions. So that's around kind of helping, unlock new kind of unlocking digital transformation within policy, but also within the broader society. And so those are kind of the three areas that a lot of the work in our team kind of is centered around. And some of that work looks like advocacy, but we also, for example, a lot of my role is around kind of building these open source platforms and systems and advising different governments and country offices on how to scale that. And just quick overview of how this really isn't an isolated team or an activity. It really fits into UNDP's broader strategic plan, where the goal is to support progress towards human development on a healthy planet, and where digital has been rightfully identified as a key accelerator to help UNDP support governments to achieve these goals. And as you know, or I'm sure you know, UNDP has these kind of broader packages of support and programming around, for example, Climate Promise, Nature Pledge, and Digital Strategy 2.0. And so the way our team works is our programming is very much kind of integrated into these different work streams. For example, the offerings are, integrated or funded by Climate Promise or Nature Pledge. And the broader vision behind all of our work in Digital for Planet is the belief that we can strengthen government capacity for end-to-end digital transformation. And by doing so, we can help governments accelerate their nature and climate policy financing, transparency and implementation, and drive human development within planetary boundaries. And so I think, in development in UN, there has been a long history of supporting different governments with capacity building and technology. And while that's not always true, I think in the past, sometimes technology, especially in climate spaces where there aren't, often many digital experts, it can be seen as very much like a one-off isolated thing. It's about delivering a tool. And sometimes these, kind of more old school traditional projects aren't always very successful because you deliver the tool and then you leave or it breaks, right? And what we're really trying to do now is really think about digital, per the strategic plan, really thinking about digital as an accelerator as well as a driver of system change and taking that full whole of society approach. So when we say digital transformation and when we say digital, we're really not just talking about delivering a tool. We're thinking about all of these things on the screen. We're thinking about what is kind of the policy that's being supported, what's the regulation, what's kind of the impact and outcome that I mentioned earlier around financing or kind of a civic participation, but it's really also about helping government have the capacity to really manage these different policy areas, to really kind of lead, to really kind of assure and manage the tools and infrastructure they have. It's really about thinking how digital tools are really embedded into governance and policy making and implementation. It's also helping governments think about, things like how will people, including people within the government, within civil society, kind of within indigenous communities, how will they get the skills and literacy to participate? What are the physical infrastructure and kind of the enablers that a country or government might need to really manage this? So especially in the world of AI, we can see kind of innovations being quickly accelerated. We're not just here to kind of develop AI tools, but we're really helping through these projects, helping government think and really strategize around what kind of capability or capacity we want to have in the long term for AI, and what are the conditions to achieve that, to really unlock those long-term goals, whether it comes from economic or climate policy goals. And so kind of another kind of way that our approach is distinct from what might have happened a few decades ago is really what we call a digital public infrastructure approach at UNDP. And so what that means is, traditionally, the way that many governments might procure software is they will get, different packages of aid, and from those different packages of aid, they will hire or procure consultants to build different tools. So maybe they'll hire Deloitte to build remote sensing, or they'll hire someone else to build a land registry, and another department will have, a conservation tool. But the outcome is, each department has its own system and tool, and they have a different login, and they can't speak to each other, and they're designed in a very different way. And so kind of when you actually think about a lot of the challenges that government are trying to solve, especially, for example, when it comes to, managing environmental services or land monitoring, you actually want solutions that cut across many different layers of government. For example, you might want a land registry to be able to talk to conservation initiatives, be able to speak to carbon registry, or be able to speak to, the tax or payment system. And so all of that is very difficult when you have these siloed approaches that sometimes can have licensing with, different private companies that can't talk to each other, and the data is all locked and the government doesn't have control. And so really the approach that we're trying to kind of build and support governments to move towards is what we call a platform approach, or digital public infrastructure, essentially, where what that means is, and apologies if it's a bit technical, but what that really means is all the different tools in the government kind of toolbox, and it might be owned by different departments, but they're all open and connected in a way that they can talk to each other. They are built using common digital foundations. So, for example, common programming language. They're hosted in kind of similar places, and the data, most importantly, is that the data can be shared and is interoperable in that it can link to each other in a way that allows us to kind of create more impactful solutions over time. And kind of that links to a third kind of approach that UNDP adopts, which is digital public good. And what that means is, again, traditionally, for example, a donor body might provide, for example, South Africa with funding to kind of create what a carbon registry, and provide funding to Zimbabwe to create a carbon registry, and provide funding to Kenya to create a carbon registry. And as a result, you have 3 different systems that are essentially very similar, and that's very duplicative in terms of cost, right? And it's actually very slow to build because all the countries are starting from scratch, starting from a point of zero, and there's no kind of south-south cooperation and learning. And so instead, kind of the approach that UNDP has taken is a lot of the tools and platforms that we're creating, we are now kind of developing as digital public good. So this is kind of an alliance that UNDP has part of a founding member, and it's a global alliance that encourages the development of open source software. So that means that, for example, the carbon registry, so that's actually a platform that I manage, we develop kind of a standard template and toolkit, and then it's open source, meaning that when we kind of support different governments, for example, we're working with Zimbabwe, we've kind of worked with Seychelles, I think we might be working with Senegal soon. Everyone, instead of starting from scratch, is starting from a template, and then countries can build on that template to adapt and customize it to their national context. So that really, speeds up kind of the pace of delivery. It's a lot more cost efficient for UNDP, and it really kind of encourages that learning and knowledge sharing, which is especially relevant for areas that are really technically complicated, like carbon markets, right? And so kind of with that kind of preamble, I can share a little bit, kind of let's go into some of the specific details to some of the work that's kind of happening across UNDP globally on kind of MRV for biodiversity. So in Costa Rica on the Small Grants Program, specifically, I think parts of our team were supporting them to kind of with kind of different methodologies to, we all know, especially we all know how time consuming and challenging it is, especially for small grants and smaller kind of organizations to kind of do measurement and MRV. And so in Costa Rica, they've kind of been experimenting with different methodologies like sensors for energy efficient water management, using drones for cattle ranch and beekeeping with scientific data. UNDP also has a partnership with XPRIZE, which kind of is, it's kind of a major kind of a funder award for kind of innovators in the area. And the challenge here was how can we perform a biodiversity assessment over 100 hectares of rainforest? And the traditional method of an academic survey would take 3 months. And in this case, through all the technologies that were kind of went through the competition and ended up being funded, they were actually able to pilot and reduce the amount of time from 3 months to 24 hours. And some of the technology used are things like LiDAR scanning, so being able to scan the entire forest canopy and understory in 3D, which is really useful where to kind of identify areas where illegal logging kept happening, to then different camera traps that were smaller, cheaper, and AI enabled that kind of allow, if LiDAR is the view on top, then the camera traps help provide kind of the view from beneath the canopy, and the different DNA tools at a backpack size that can be, kind of brought along with scientists for on-site DNA sampling in a much more rapid way. So it's really kind of the combination of different tools that kind of really, I think one tool wouldn't be enough, but really the different kinds of technology really allow that rapid biodiversity assessment that would traditionally take 3 months to happen in a much shorter time frame. And while a lot of the I guess the innovation and the competition design is done by XPRIZE, I think the reason why UNDP is a partner here and the real value of UNDP is helping matchmake the technology to different countries that are in need for kind of different areas like carbon monitoring or species abundance. So I think some of the examples that I just presented were just about, measurement, right? And I think it's obvious that there are new and different ways of kind of measuring land use or assets, but that is not enough. So to really be able to go from measurement to results, we have to kind of think through, how do we incorporate this into some of the broader systems and kind of often policy or legal frameworks and payment schemes that different governments or different, authorities have created for, kind of financial incentives for biodiversity credits. So that would be things like how do we, validate data? How do we kind of help farmers do legal assessment? How do we do monitoring and evaluation? And how do we kind of wrap some of those technologies in that broader end-to-end journey where, for example, smallholders or local community and governments and NGOs and payments are involved. And so kind of moving past some of those innovations just on data collection and measurement, we've also kind of been working with a number of different areas in UNDP to pilot and trial different end-to-end platforms and services. So, for example, in Ghana, where there are where there's ongoing carbon market pilots on sustainable agriculture. There are kind of traditional data collection methods also in place, but from kind of feedback from the country office is that it's really slow and it's very difficult for the farmers to really understand and kind of supply all the information that's required to really kind of prove the kind of the sustainable rice farming had happened. And so there's a collaboration that's in discussion or kind of that's kind of being designed with Carbon Farm. And this is an example of UNDP working with kind of an external innovator, and they have kind of a two-part solution. So that's like a satellite MRV tool that can kind of take photos of kind of the rice field from the satellite up and be able to, from that, kind of show the different timings of crop growth as well as kind of the water drainage during it. And they also have a back-end tool, but that wouldn't be enough because you still need to ground source that data to actual farmer reporting and for other things that really can't be measured through satellite data. And so they also have apps or gamified apps that are using kind of natural language and AI to really kind of help the farmers understand, what they have to do at a different moment, and what's like kind of almost like reminders on how to take a photo and what's required, and doing all that in kind of a very natural language way, rather than quite like a technical survey that would be traditionally designed. Working with the Central Africa Rainforest Initiative, or CAFI. For CAFI, it's a very different. It's not agriculture, so it's about kind of rainforest protection and biodiversity, and kind of results-based finance mechanism to fast track local climate action with nature-based solution. And so we've developed a tool that's being implemented in 9 countries where CAFI is working. And some of the features include, kind of helping farmers with that contract management, helping farmers to collect field data and verify it, going from the baseline to then continuous monitoring, and embedding different proofs of environmental outcome and different calculations into the tool that can then basically, through this app, farmers can upload all of their information, can see the immediate value, and can see when things get validated through the app and also get paid. And so it's like one-stop shop management between the farmers and the and CAFI, from the beginning of signing, onboarding, contract management, to then the end of kind of getting paid ongoing for the different results. And lastly, the last example is another initiative that's being piloted in Latin America, in Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Colombia, on deforestation-free commodity compliance. And so the challenge here is, with kind of farmers that are responsible for managing large swaths of rainforests, how can the government kind of monitor over time whether these plots are, in fact deforestation free, and how can you do that in a most cost efficient way? And so this tool is really ingenious in that it sort of combines the farmer generated, what we call polygons. So basically farmers upload kind of a shape file, or kind of a map of their farms onto the service, onto the tool, which is then validated by the local government. And then the tool then automatically scans and takes in a lot of kind of free satellite data, global satellite data that kind of tracks forestation, and it's able to almost like cross-reference the kind of area submitted by the farmer with kind of the satellite data to produce ongoing reports on deforestation, which again helps to really prove and validate that the biodiversity activities are happening, that kind of allows farmers to again receive the finance and access. And so I think bringing that to the end, so I think those are some of the examples, I guess, from the beginning. This is really kind of to summarize that the goal of the team and the initiative is really to help governments with capability building and digital transformation. And we've been doing that through a lot of different support to different countries and country offices, as well as piloting, testing, and scaling some of these tools and technologies. I think I just wanted to end on one note, is that, again, it's not just about tools, it's really about the overall readiness of government and capability building. And so one other offer that we've been scaling as well is a digital readiness assessment, specifically for nature and climate, to help governments see where their starting point is for developing a green digital strategy, and kind of develop from there. And here we've kind of found that that's also a really good opportunity to kind of bring local community and youth, women, and indigenous groups into these digital strategies, and kind of find opportunities to kind of consult people in these areas, because ultimately that, they are the user that we really want to serve at UNDP. And so I felt like that was a lot of talking, so I'm going to pause there and open the room to questions. And here, I think the last slide, these are some publications from our team if you want to read more on the topic.
So, Zoom, can you hear me?
Yes.
So could you just go back to the slide on the X Prize?
Yes.
I think it's around slide 7. So I'll just
Go for it.
this one, yeah. So just to say that when we met in May with the IEG members from LAC in Panama, we had a whole session with the X Prize, who shared with us the whole background about this over the last 5 years with this particular competition to do the rapid biodiversity assessments in the tropical forest environments. And this was building on a series of pre-meetings with RENA that we had about how we, as UNDP and also as SGP, we might be able to work with X Prize. So as Zung mentioned, the range of techniques that were the prize, the eventual finalists and prize winners is very sophisticated. It's the state of the art from eDNA dropping, taking samples from drones and all of these, what you see here. And the question that we had presented to X Prize is, how can you put this in the hands of indigenous peoples? And at a cost which is not exorbitant. So we basically said we typically fund projects up to $50,000. I mean, now we can up to $75,000, but historically that's been. Could we do a version of this technology, a simplified one, as a kind of minimum that indigenous peoples could manage themselves? And so we need to follow up with the X Prize on this, because they said, yeah, in principle, that's possible. But I don't think we would expect LiDAR and all of these things to be used, but some version of bioacoustics, some kind of, camera, what would be sufficient for a biodiversity credit in a given, market situation? Maybe it's only 10% of this, or 15% of what's here, because Sabimbo, for example, do camera traps. Now, camera traps are fine, but and bioacoustics. But what else could be added? And there are some other technical questions around the huge the AI, because they were doing it in a 24-hour period. They had to bring into the forest these huge generators and batteries to rapidly process the data, which wouldn't be needed if you had more time. So I'm saying all of this because the purpose of this session was actually, Zung, was to look at how an SGP type of project could work with the BCA IEG, using some of these techniques for MRV purposes for biodiversity credits. So that was, I guess, the main comment I had here. And Zung, there are some colleagues in the audience here from IEG who have a lot of experience in different domains on this work. But actually, could we just go back to the slides and then go to the final slide? So the one with the publications, with the Nature ID. So going back to the COP16 in Cali, where a number of us were there, some of us attended the events on the Nature ID with Rain and others. And so this publication, I think it was released, I'm trying to remember now, was it after or before Cali? But I think it was after Cali. And so there's a section in this that Nawi, who's one of the IEG members, wrote on indigenous data sovereignty from an indigenous perspective. And so this introduces a lot of what we heard about in terms of digital public infrastructure. But the conversation I had with Reina since the beginning with this is that in order for this to be, I mean, you can look at it from a government perspective of the digital public infrastructure from that angle. But if you're thinking about it from an indigenous territorial lens, there's a real opportunity to connect Nature ID with some of the rights of nature work. So, for example, the case of the Wanganui River in New Zealand, which is now inspiring other similar initiatives, especially in the LAC region of rivers that are given legal personhood. is one entry point for Nature ID, where indigenous peoples are the stewards of those rivers under a Nature ID approach. So this is still work in progress, and I think we would like to continue to pursue this with you, with IEG, and then with our colleagues in the digital team. And this links a little bit to the work that SGP does at the landscape scale, which is what I was talking about, where we have multiple small grants in a given territorial or jurisdictional landscape scale. So thank you, Zung. So maybe we can open it up for Q&A and observations. Thanks.
Okay, colleagues, let me go.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Zung. It was very informative, and I myself, I learned a lot. I want to come up with some practical suggestion for IEG and SGP maybe. During today, we were talking about capacity building, but maybe one of the most capacity building that we as IEG member need are these kind of capacity building. And the other thing, I believe that as we are talking about direct access to funding, Califund, and these things, it is very related to DSI too. And so maybe we can also link these kind of information to the capacity building on, I do not know how to name it, but maybe PDSI, participatory digital information creation by indigenous peoples and local communities. And the other thing that I believe Terence is very knowledgeable about that is about PGIS, participatory GIS, and also herbarium, indigenous herbarium, that maybe as IEG members, we can also work on these kind of things like herbarium or seed bank, community and indigenous seed bank, that we have some of these, but it is not very organized. Maybe we can also work on the organization of these things. And regarding the I know you may know about Cadasta, that they are mapping some of our lands and territories, but there is no indigenous people in their board member. We had this discussion with them because we as indigenous people, we are not know about our data governance that are going to their database. And most of their database is from our territories and lands. But maybe within IEG and with the help of UNDP and maybe part of those SGP funds, we can focus on these kind of data gathering, data governance, and also data keeping, which are both related to carbon market and to biodiversity market. I wrote so many things, but I cannot read it. Maybe I can come up. The other thing is about the necessity of ICCA and ITTs. We know that for indigenous community conserved areas, which is part of the CBD now and Target 3, and ITT, which is indigenous and traditional territories, which is now the accepted one. I know I forgot the linkage between these two, but I know that there were a linkage in my mind. Maybe later I can come up with the comment.
Thank you, Song. I don't know if you want to give feedback or is there any other question that I collect? Okay, Esther, you have a microphone there.
Thank you very much. This was a very interesting presentation. I'm aware I was informed by some of your seniors some time back that they're working on Nature ID, and I was also part of those who attended the very initial presentation when we were in Cali. Mine are very basic questions. I'm not gonna behave like I'm IT. I'm IT of typing on the computer. So I was born before technology. With me, the issues are the following. Intellectual property. For me, it's very worrying. We are all aware that data is going to be the fourth world war, if you like. The reason why there are so many geopolitics now is because other countries, other rich people are fighting to be the first to capture all the data, all the data from different landscapes of the globe. Now, our responsibilities as IIG is to try and protect that data. Fortunately, we have one of our own that we can trust, TOA. I think they've been there for quite some time. This morning, I said that I believe the IIG-UNDP relationship is very sustainable because UNDP, at least UNDP, I'm not talking about its other partners, is the institution that we can trust. And the challenge with that statement is, one, how are we going to protect the IPs of the data? Because that data belongs to somebody. The IPs of the data of those projects. And as we continue to develop all these softwares, all these systems, how are we going to make sure that those local people are represented? Because if we don't, I can tell you again, that's why I said it will be a fourth world war of data. There will be very few countries who will be able to capture and make a lot of money from data. But to avoid that to happen, it's for us to be innovative enough to ensure that at local level, their data is protected. I see all this good work that they are doing in terms of piloting. I don't want to ask that question because I call it piloting. But when we start getting to real business, you see, I will make an example of, maybe it will make a lot of sense to all of us. In South Africa, you'll have a privately owned conservation area. And you'll have a community-owned area, and even a public one like owned by the government. But when you get into the private one, you are talking to one person who will quickly sign to say, yes, you can take this data, you can do whatever with it. Where we are worried about is where this data is on the lands of our communities. We need to start now to ensure that that data is protected by them. I know the next question will be, how are we going to capacitate them to ensure that they understand the system? But we have to try by all means to do whatever we can for the data to be protected. I'm aware that in many countries, we have a lot of IT experts. And I believe if we are to get the group of these IT experts, of course, it's not any IT, because I hear IT is very broad. They can be trained from these communities. Maybe they will be the leaders when we start looking at how to protect the data in the indigenous community landscapes. Maybe Terence and Zungu will be able to give some insights on that.
So, Zungu, I have a bunch of responses, but I'll let you go first. Or okay, I can reading your facial expression. I think you said something like "go ahead," but
yes, go ahead. I was like, go ahead. I also have some thoughts, but yeah, I'm keen to hear yours.
So, I think the first thing to say is that as SGP, we've had a lot of different partnerships, approaches around traditional knowledge, about intellectual property rights, on access and benefit sharing, we worked with the ABS Capacity Development Initiative, with different institutions, and just immediately to say that seed banks is something that SGP since the very beginning in the pilot phase has supported local seed banks. But I think it evolves all the time. So I was, for example, in China once with colleagues from IIED, not with Paul Steele, but with Christina Swiderska, who works on biocultural heritage territories, where we visited one of our SGP projects that has quite a sophisticated system of seed banks, which they manage. But of course, for the intellectual property rights, the question then, which comes back to the Nagoya Protocol for the various procedures of the Nagoya Protocol to document national databases. So some countries have the national databases, like in Bhutan, for example, they have where communities submit, and then there's a national system. India has one. And then at the international level, we worked with the Potato Park in Peru, where who knows Alejandro Argumedo? But anyway, he's one of the key indigenous peoples for last 2 or 3 decades. And so he, for example, submitted potato varieties to the international seed bank in Svalbard in Norway, which is the doomsday vault. If there was a global apocalypse, you would still you could be able to recreate agriculture. But one of the reasons he did that was that submission by an indigenous group to the Svalbard vault gave sovereignty over the potato varieties. But I know that Toha and others in IEG have a lot of experience in this, and this whole question of what type of documentation, where it's stored, and then once it's documented, the prior art means that indigenous peoples can defend themselves against aggressive, inappropriate use. The point about, because there was a specific point from Hanya about Cadasta. Now, Cadasta is one of the platforms. I had a call with them a few months ago that they were offering their work around technologies to assist in mapping and things, where they made the case that the work they did in Myanmar with ICCA consortium members Paul Saint-Toi for the Salween River, that they wanted an off-the-shelf, more modular type of mapping technology, which was not, how to put it, what the word is, customized, that was an advantage, and that it would also be held outside of the country, because in that particular country, there were concerns about data loss because of the governance context in that country. But that's in contrast to the work that we did with Digital Democracy, now Awana Foundation, with UNEP WCMC on mapping of ICCAs, which was more about indigenous ownership of any data through the Mapeo app. And with Reina, by the way, Zoom, we talked with her quite a bit about Mapeo as one of the tools to help with on the ground or indigenous-led or farmer-based monitoring. So I think I think there's enormous scope for SGP, UNDP, and IEG to work together on this particular working group of IEG on indigenous data sovereignty, on the emerging systems. We've worked with NAWI in the Nature ID. So to the extent that we can at the national level, and this is for the national coordinators, if we can look at not just the mapping technology from a technical sense, but also from this intellectual property angle, it's one of my favorite topics. I could go on about this, but all of these points are very well taken. And I think for maybe Zung to hand over to you, I think that more than ever before, UNDP has an approach to digital. It's really embedded in the strategic plan now in a way that I think 5 years ago, you just didn't hear about it in the way that it is now really a lot of emphasis as an enabler.
Yeah. No, definitely. Apologies, I don't know anyone's names. So I can just say that I think the points are really well taken. And I think that's something that, personally, I remember our team are very concerned about as well. I think especially with the growth of new companies that are really kind of building empires and kind of profiting from AI. I think, many governments really don't have a strategy on yet have a very full informed strategy on how they will approach that. There's a lot of fear of missing out. But I think you've really rightly identified that the IP is so important, not just from data, but also kind of the IP, because if you have data, then you can really develop technologies that then we become dependent on as systems and as humans, right? And I think it kind of goes back to this, capability building for government. And I've worked with a lot of governments in developing countries, but even here in the UK or US, when you have a lot of it, it isn't just, and a lot of this is not from the technology department. It actually is a lot of other departments as well. For example, legal and contracts. So whenever you commission or license any software, especially things that come free and look free, but many, policy departments or IT, we don't check the contract, right? So actually the contract is where a lot of it might be boring, but that's really where clauses such as, data ownership, right to use, and the payment over time, that's where you can really get caught. And that's where, for example, in our team, that's the reason why and many governments we spoke to are afraid of the idea of open source because they, for example, we've kind of spoken to many governments that say, oh, you can either have a UNDP solution, it's open source. And open source means that the intellectual property belongs to the commons and it's legally protected in kind of the way it's licensed. No one can privatize that solution. Governments do require work and capability building to be able to adopt open source because that means that they have to learn how to manage it themselves. They have to make decisions on governance, make decisions on things. Whereas we've spoken to, this is very kind of candid. Sometimes we've kind of spoken to government where they're reviewing UNDP solution and they're saying, oh, well, why would we want to do that? Because so-and-so company have offered us a free solution. We don't have to pay anything. And they also said they will maintain it for us. And then this is where, obviously at UNDP, we're neutral. We're never selling anything. But my advice is always, well, you should also, have you checked the contract of like, why are they providing it for free? What are the terms and conditions? I think those are things that really kind of need to be assessed in a long-term way. And I think that's where kind of, again, our approach to capability building. And I think Nature ID is a really great example of co-design where you really want to, because you want the solutions in digital and software is not that complicated, right? So the number one rule for a good development is really to think about the users first. And what we really want to emphasize is co-designing and really who is the most important person you are designing for. That really should be, for example, Indigenous communities and having them belong in the process and having the capability and the time and the capacity to be able to play that role rather than kind of having them just adopt software that was really designed with like profit or kind of another user first in mind. So really think these are some of the principles that we really want to keep and expand in all kinds of engagements, big and small.
Thank you very much. I just remembered what I wanted to mention. It is about, maybe it sounds somehow ambitious, but we can also think of the role of advocacy that maybe IEG in the very near future can play. specifically about the data governance. Because as far as I know, we are the only and the one Indigenous peoples and local communities platform which made by Indigenous peoples and it's working for Indigenous peoples very independently. If we want to compare, there is some advocacy. And as I have the background working with ICC Consortium, maybe we can play the exact role. For example, for ICC Consortium and specifically the advocacy regarding Target 3 of KMGBF, maybe we can also start working for Target 19 and also about the DSI in CBD, because at first it was IUCN protected areas, but then by the advocacy of ICCA Consortium, there were a discussion and then the acceptance of indigenous and community conserved areas. And then after, now we are seeing that there is ITTs, indigenous and traditional territories. And maybe by our advocacy as IEG and by this kind of capacity building that all the members of IEG can achieve, we can also advocate for data governance within IEG and its criteria. As Esther mentioned about IPs, intellectual properties, however, there is a new convention, but it is not yet mandatory to all the governments. It was ratified on 2023 about traditional knowledge on WIPO. Maybe we can include these kind of data governance in the negotiations between other parties of the CBD convention.
Thank you. That was Hani from Aisha. Hey, Terence?
Well, first of all, I think that this is a conversation within UNDP we need to have with Zung and the other colleagues. I think some of the acronyms or some of the references to the CBD might be maybe unfamiliar to at this point. But yes, point well taken that WIPO, there's now a new treaty on traditional knowledge that took almost 20 years to negotiate. I mean, I know that from the IIFB, the caucus in the CBD, that they don't think it's that strong, but it has certain, applications. We were talking over lunch about DSI, Digital Sequence Information, and the Kali Fund, and the expectation from parties that by next year in Armenia that there would be some advance with the Kali Fund. And with Esther, we were discussing that the UK government is one of the governments that has been very engaged with its at the national level to push companies to contribute. And during the meeting in Panama, we had these conversations with Alexei and with Yolanda and June Rubis, who are on the Indigenous Peoples on the Kali Fund Steering Committee, about the potential for some prototype work between now and Armenia. And so this is something that needs to be shown, because there's a 50% target, right? So even if the steering committee, there's some politics there, they'll need to be able to show some progress on that. But how do we link it to everything that we've been talking about today on indigenous data governance and sovereignty and so on? So there's a real link to the IEG, and I actually really agree with you that IEG is the only indigenous network that I know of that is explicitly focused on indigenous data sovereignty in the context of the CBD. And the WIPO body is in the context of WIPO more generally. So again, I think it's another reason why this working group of IEG is so important.
Okay, wait.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And since the Kali Fund has been mentioned, so I would like to say that there's one specific, very small but symbolic first contribution that has been just accepted by the steering committee members, because the secretariat and the steering committee do the due diligence before any contribution is accepted, just to avoid any greenwashing or any other moral problem accepting these payments. So probably we cannot say yet that there is a lot of progress because the committee is still working on the documents, policies, and certificates to companies, like how to deal with that politics. So I think there will be more to discuss next year after there is more progress on this. But I believe that this is a good, important initiative that we need to be aware of and engage with, as Hani has mentioned many times. And as we're speaking about the digital data, so I would like to refer to the fresh study by the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous peoples on disaggregation, data disaggregation. The study was just presented to the Human Rights Council, and actually it was led by Antonina, who is here. So this study, I think there is a lot of important reference in the study, including references to the CBD processes and all many good recommendations that we can also apply in our work as IEG. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. Sorry. I don't want to, if you, Sung, do you have some comment about it, or just, okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's very, I'm also learning a lot about kind of what's important. And so I really kind of appreciate everyone kind of, these are like great ideas. And I think probably need more follow-up conversations to actually kind of flesh them out and operationalize.
So I'm Boyina Williams from Liberia. I'm not a national coordinator. I'm the PA, but I'm representing the yeah. It's so tall. Okay. So as you can see, we are asked to talk about direct funding for indigenous people and a small grant modality model. Nice. So, overview of the Jeff Small Grants program in Liberia. So we have direct community financing. We said the SGP program provides direct financial grants. Now it's up to 75,000 to indigenous people and local community, empowering grassroots conservation. This is important, but there is a little problem in this area because there are being huge interest from local communities directly, because most of the applicants for the Jeff grants have been local NGOs that are within the cities. Even for the ones that are in the counties, most of them comes from the city and do the applications. Because you will notice that those are in the counties or in the local communities or the rural parts do not have access to the grant funding. Once there's a publication, they don't have that kind of asset. They don't have access to digital internet and all of that. And so most of the time they express interest to having a grant so that they themselves will be able to work within their own communities, bring out their own ideas. But because they don't have the capacity, they normally don't have that kind of asset. So there are more interest from the local community that we need to welcome so that they will be able to access the grant directly. Yes, because the grant call for article incorporations. As a local NGO, you need an article incorporation. You need sectoral clearance from the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia. And with all those constraints, you notice that most time the local community or the rural people don't have access. So that is one of the challenges. Then we have biodiversity and livelihood. We say the grant strengthen livelihood and conserve ecosystem, promoting resilience against environmental degradations and climate change. Community-led project ownership. That should be foster community-led projects designed and implemented by local, enhancing ownership and project relevance. In this area, you will notice that we have encouraged local NGO that when you apply for a grant, you need to go back to where you want to do the implementation, have a roundtable discussion, interact probably with the township chief, the parliament chief, the local leaders, so that they tell you exactly what they want. So it wouldn't be an NGO imposing exactly what they want to do. And if that is done, the community fees, a part of the project, and then implementation is good at that level, and then the project is more sustainable. Then we also have inclusive partnership. Partnership with NGOs, community organizations, and traditional institutions ensure inclusiveness and sustainability of projects, just like I was saying. So if the community members are part of the decision making, are part of what they want, most of the time they see the project as their own. So even after the project implementation, you will still see them working towards the activities or the impact that the project brought within the community. Because most times we don't have grant going to a particular community more than twice. So after you have given up the grant, you move probably to another area or to another community. So if the project will have to sustain itself, the people must be a part of it so that they see it as their own and continue to work with it. Yes. Why direct financing matter? So this is the reason we say direct financing matters. For empowerment, for accessibility and equity. So if direct financing is going to be possible, what you're going to be doing is that you're going to be shifting decision-making powers to the local people, those that are conserving the environment, those people that are working within the environment. So in relationship to BCA, is a very important thing because for biodiversity conservation that we have had over the past, it has been an aftermath, meaning after the damage has been done, then you go back to restore. But in relationship with BCA that I have listened to in this meeting, it's like proactive, innovative ways in which we award those that are already managing the forest so that they feel a part of it and it's going to make greater impact than the initial intervention. And also accessibility of funding, I said that previously. Many of them have not had that capacity to write proposals. So it's most time the NGO that goes over to them and tell them that this is a funding that is coming and the funding is going to do this, it's going to do that. But if you have a direct financing mechanism in place, you have a simplified funding processes and technical assistance will help the community easily access global climate biodiversity funds. Okay, promoting equity and fairness. So you can see that. And then, yes. It should be there. So, okay. This is SGP achievement in Liberia. community and environmental initiative. SGP supports community forest. So the readings are all there. SGP support community forest, macro restoration, and sustainable agriculture, promoting environmental conservation in Liberia. We put more emphasis on women empowerment, women-led projects. Women are empowered past livelihood, breeding, microfinance, normally we call it village saving loans, so making, cassava cultivation, taxes, productions, activity. So recognition and impacts. SGP global recognition include a Liberian UNDP equatorial winners and positive impacts on 1.7 million people. From the time SGP started in Liberia, this is how far we have gone. We have been able to impact 1.7 million people, and we had an SGP Equatorial Prize winner in 2020. Alignment with national priorities, as you can see, the program is aligned with the BISA, the arrest gender and biodiversity hotspot protection efforts. So
I've made a presentation about SGP. Generally, we heard from Marie-Laure, so we can go quickly through these country presentations. Just talk about what's specific to your country. We don't need to talk about the background and all the just specifically about your country. So I don't know if you're finished. I would skip these general ones.
those are what we are doing.
Yeah.
So, because we wanted to is there anything that you want to share additionally?
I don't do one thing you are inside the slide we have. I don't have additional thing except right now as a regard to their country program strategy and the areas we are prioritizing the seascape and landscape. We are now focused on the protected areas, which has to do with we are within 7 counties. And our priority area at landscape and seascape that has to do with the East Nima Natural Reserve is now up here. And then the Lepiso Multiple Reserve. Those are the protected areas that we are prioritizing, and also the Mesobaro wetland that has a lot of mangroves and all of that. So those are the places that we are more focused. And this is the policy and the institutional action, as you can see on the board. So I think this is also shared, and I can circulate it to the rest of the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
Second person was Faustine that sent me the presentation. So Faustine, I'm going to give that to you.
So I'm Faustine from Tanzania, the national coordinator. So I'll try to avoid any repetition and probably focus on what is peculiar for Tanzania. So the approach is the same globally, with slight differences across countries. So he will still use the slides, but I'll only pick what I want to talk about, which is a bit peculiar for Tanzania. So since 1994, when we started the country program, like the SGP program, much of the focus has been on the projects that fall under biodiversity conservation. So you'll see that much of the funding, up to 44% of the projects that we have implemented, the 450 projects at community level, 40%, over 40% focus on biodiversity conservation as a thematic area, then followed by land degradation. And why is it so? Tanzania is rich in biodiversity. So it's a very beautiful country. Most of you are aware of the Serengeti, the Ngorongoro, the Kilimanjaro, and the rest. So up to 40% of the land is put under some forms of conservation. So be it the national parks, the game reserves, the community wildlife management areas, and this the Ngorongoro conservation area. So biodiversity conservation is a top priority in Tanzania. Next. And thus, we see a great opportunity to see like how best we can map our biodiversity related projects. And with the coming calls for proposal, this is also an opportunity to check the possibilities to support a national level process and a community level process in terms of awareness raising, capacity building, having national level dialogue on issues related to biodiversity credit. So at this stage, you might not be able to have like a very promising pilot project on the ground, probably creating appetite for communities, raising expectations, but rather we can focus on building the foundations in terms of the awareness, and start at a small scale to raise awareness and also to empower communities on biodiversity monitoring sort of issues. As a starting point to attract more partnership, or while we keep learning on the biodiversity credit related aspects. So our colleagues have already talked about the way the SGP is working and the achievements and the big results we are getting at the community level, despite this being a small grant kind of funding. So bringing together what we see as achievement is really focusing on our approach to work with communities, which is a bit cost effective because of the literal transaction cost, but also lack of these intermediaries. But at the community level, these small resources, they'll still bring big impact because they focus on addressing the immediate needs of the communities, solving the problems that probably has never been solved over years. Imagine enhancing access to water in an area that has never been alive. Now you bring in water and everything becomes alive. It's like a story of creation, yeah? When I say on day 2, let there be water, and the next minute water is there. This is the story that we are trying to prioritize at community level. So in terms of empowerment, part of the funding is focused at empowering these local level organizations. Yeah, re-empower these local level organizations, right? So, so others might perceive it as a project activities, but we're working with communities that have probably never been well reorganized at some point. So the funding is to reorganize these communities, but also help them to build that experience that would help them attract more funding elsewhere. So we just initiate the process with the expectations that this will attract and integrate more other partners to work with communities. Yeah, so we have our country program strategy in place, and we are looking forward to work over the next 4 years during this operational phase 8. We were working in 3 landscapes, the northern part of Tanzania, where you have most of the pastoral communities, West Kilimanjaro, Terence mentioned, and the Zanzibar part as a separate landscape. But you are now exploring other potential landscapes because we have been there for quite some times. So it was decided to move to another landscape, a bit a dry area, semi-arid, central Tanzania, the place called Dodoma, which has some new challenges. So the Serengeti ecosystem used to be like Serengeti and the Kilimanjaro used to be like 2 separate ecosystems, but 2 separate landscapes, but they are basically one large ecosystem. covering Serengeti and Ngorongoro. So it's a continuous ecosystem, and this naming is mostly administrative, but it is actually one continuous ecosystem. So by prioritizing landscape, it means that 70% of the resources that we allocated at the country level goes to these landscapes. And then the rest goes to other strategic projects outside the landscapes. Thank you. So this is our resource overview over the next 4 years. We have confirmed all these resources. We are expecting from adaptation funding from next year. So we have a good envelope, about 4.7 million. The first resources from CORE, Jeff CORE and Jeff Star are the ones that we are now programming. So we are developing call for proposals with good opportunity to incorporate issues related to biodiversity credit at community level. So this is a good opportunity for us. So I'm very actively learning about this approach and probably see how we can channel some of the funding to support monitoring activities at community level and awareness and national level dialogue kind of interventions. We have the ICCA with indigenous communities, local communities actually in Tanzania. So this is also under programming. Thank you. So the 3 main landscapes I spoke about. This is a completely new landscape. The previous landscape that we tried to merge, it was really a continuous ecosystem covering Serengeti and Ngorongoro. So it's basically one continuous ecosystem. And we have, despite the fact that we are trying to move to this new landscape, but we are strengthening the work that was already initiated with ICCA and SGP in the northern part. So we are not dropping whatever we try to rename as a new landscape, but rather strengthen the work while we are exploring potentials and challenges in the new landscape in central Tanzania. We already have some projects, and with the COMDEX funding, this is the Japanese partnership program, we already identified a World Heritage Site in central Tanzania, which is a very potential for archaeological work with great history dating back to 4,000 years ago. Yeah, so I talked about the call for proposals that are in pipeline and the opportunity to integrate with existing projects and the portfolios at country office level, especially with the biodiversity credit, and not biodiversity credit, sorry, with the biofin initiative, of which in Tanzania, we are now developing a biodiversity credit framework. So we are trying to look at the process. Probably if local communities are not well supported, they might be excluded from the development of these frameworks. So our entry point as SGP is also to ensure an inclusive process by supporting communities that can be part of these national level processes. So thank you so much. It was nice to talk a few things about Tanzania.
The next, the other person, I think was you, Babaloke, that let me open your presentation. Was Botswana. Yes, yes.
Thank you very much for presentation. I had to go out and attend to an urgent message. And as a result, I think I missed Liberia, but it's fine. I'll get the presentation. Tanzania, I'm aware that most of your landscapes are so beautiful that you are on a spotlight globally. Meaning most of the partners that are interested in conservation are interested in your country. I'm not going to ask a very heavy political question, and I think by now you know what I was going to ask. What are the strategies? And here I think I'm also asking Terence to try and ensure that the rights of those indigenous peoples, the ones that I always read about, true or not,
is the Maasai. What are the strategies to try and make sure that with the good work that you guys are doing, those communities are protected in terms of their rights? Because from the media, what I always get is like the government is more focused on protecting the areas, not much worried about the rights of those people. That's the first question. The second question is, how are you going to make sure, it's taking us back to this morning's question, how are you going to make sure, again, that those communities are part of some of these projects that you are initiating for the next 4 years? We also formally, I'm very fortunate, especially from SADC. Formally, we get reports from the SADC point of view. So that's how I sometimes learn a lot about Tanzania, the good work that we are doing, the challenges that you have, and maybe lastly, how would you like IIG to also join hands with you guys to try and assist in some of those challenges? We like what we are doing, make no mistake, but we are worried more about the rights of those indigenous peoples in the country.
Thank you, Esther. Yeah, I mean, do you want each country to answer those questions, or do you want that we finish at the end?
Maybe they can note and then we go to the next one.
Yeah. So I turn on the light because Babaloka. Oh, he's coming. Okay. Okay, he's coming. So he might lose his place, and I'll give you to Ronke. No, because we have decided to collect all the questions at the end when we finish, so we can finish it.
Thank you so much. My name is Babuluki, as indicated. For Botswana, this is just a mirror of what Marilo earlier on indicated, similarly to the kind of projects that were supported since 1992. 40% of them is on biodiversity. So it's a good opportunity for us going forward to look into biodiversity credits. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. This is standard strategic. Yes, we've got 3 landscapes that we are working on. Makgadikgadi wetlands area, which is in the central part of the country. Bubirwa, which is on the eastern side, and the panel of the Okavango area, which is part and parcel of the Okavango Delta. You can go to the next just to show the maps. Go ahead. This is where, again, yes. This is where most of the biodiversity is, and why we have got a higher percentage of the funds being allocated to biodiversity, because the northern part of the country, including the Chobe National Park, it's where biodiversity is rich in the country, and where quite a number of communities are benefiting directly through ecotourism initiatives in those areas. Yeah. So hence why the steering committee felt we need to continue investing some resources in there so that we can continue the conservation related. In terms of OP8 projects, we are completing them. These ones, I really need to go into them because there's nothing that we can do. I'm just working on the reports so that we can amicably close that. I highlighted OP8 because this is where we've got an opportunity to look into how we can shape, like my colleagues have indicated, capacity development in terms of community understanding, biodiversity credit, carbon credits, and all those terminologies that come with it, and the methodologies of how that can be done. So that is something that we are I've submitted the terms of reference to the National Steering Committee for them to review. But with these discussions, if there's a need for us to have a clause or two into the terms of reference, you still have that opportunity because you have not advertised. So that's one thing. Then you've got another support that colleagues have talked about, the ICCA support. which we are now currently developing the terms of reference for indigenous people and local communities to see how we can how they can initiate activities within the areas. So it's also another opportunity that we can look into and see how best we can infuse some of these biodiversity related initiatives for communities to better understand, especially on the capacity development aspect of things, so that when they engage government, they are better informed into that. To the next one. We've got previously UNDP together with UNESCO, they developed the Community Management of Protected Areas strategy called Compact, where UNESCO, even this year time around, they provide us with 250,000 for grant making to support local communities to implement the strategy. It's implemented in the Okavango Delta, and it's one of the areas where activities are undertaken to conserve biodiversity within that landscape that I showed you on the Okavango World Heritage Site. It's an interest to UNESCO to ensure that the heritage site is conserved and utilized accordingly sustainably by the communities. Hence why they give us the grant, the resources to make the grants for the communities in that area. Another opportunity that we have as a country, it's fine, you can just leave that. Another opportunity that we have as a country that I see where biodiversity credits can come into is that the government is reviewing the NBSAP to align them with the GBF targets. So this is an area where as SGP, as UNDP in the country, we can influence and have some initiatives that are addressing biodiversity credits to be included into there. Currently, there's nothing much concrete that we can say it's in relation to biodiversity credit, but discussions are ongoing, especially on more profound on carbon credits. But biodiversity credits is coming on board because UNDP is sitting at the table of the discussions. As UNDP country office, through the biofuel initiative, through the environment portfolio, we are doing capacity development for government stakeholders at a start. That's why I was saying for us as SGP, because we are focusing on communities, it's an opportunity for us to now look into the communities, because UNDP is looking into supporting governments at national level to ensure that they understand all these things. We have submitted a project for JEF financing, whereby there's to mainstreaming into the finance sector so that we bring them on board. They need to understand these financing institutions. They need to understand where all this biodiversity credits, carbon credits, all those terminologies are understood and they can be better placed. Like my colleagues are saying, we've also got an opportunity with the Biofin project, which is currently ongoing in UNDP. They haven't done as part of the financing solutions biodiversity credit, but they are working on other solutions that have been prioritized. But this is an opportunity where biodiversity credits can come into at a national level under the Biofin initiative. I think this is the last. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, okay. Just next slide. There's no points. We all have the same principles and work on the same principles. The next slide. Just to have a brief of the national impacts. Okay, so that's the distribution of our focal areas in that bar chart. And the map of Nigeria, the shaded area just shows where we have projects in Nigeria currently. And then you can see that biodiversity is over 40%. Well, of course, when we first started, biodiversity was the highest. But now, because climate change has become a global baby for everybody, we have more projects in climate change area. Next slide. And then, of course, in terms of national experience, like I said, biodiversity carries over 40% of our support. Of course, we work with civil society organizations, supporting them to create awareness, capacity building for them to be involved in practical efforts, and then conservation to be involved in practical conservation and restoration efforts. The new thing that I think I just want to mention here is the Nature Positive MSME. It's a very new project that was started in Nigeria, and the idea is to enhance on the sustainability of projects that we have supported in Nigeria. Many of them have come up with many diverse nature positive products that can be sold and they can get into business, they can sell it. Unfortunately, some of them don't meet the standards, both for within and for export. And so this is one of the projects that we are trying to do. We have worked with over 300 MSMEs in Nigeria when we started, roughly in July this year. And so this is one thing that I think while I was listening to presentations since, this is one thing I think that IEG should kind of consider, because it's not addressing, I don't know, maybe I didn't get it right. It's not, I feel that we should also emphasize the business side, commercial side of selling nature positive products. For example, one of what actually also led us to this was, for the first time in Nigeria, I think that was last year, the shea butter that is being exported, that is being produced in Nigeria, it was SGP that supported the very first international certification for that shea butter to be exported to Europe and America. And so we thought if we can do that with shea butter, then we can extend it to all of the projects. So the project is still ongoing, and I'm sure, I mean, I know over 300 MSMEs have benefited from this. So that's one thing I want to emphasize. And then can I say it? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay. We didn't want them to escape. Just for a few minutes, the lady, she actually won an international biodiversity summit. This area is where we have the very first conservation center that was supported by SGP, owned by an individual, a university professor in Akwa Ibom State. And because of this now, we are trying to support, because that state does not have any reserve or that is active. So we're trying to use this to support. So this lady was trying to use it to, educate the people that were there about the tortoises that they have at the conservation center. She didn't want them to escape. That was why she put them there, because they are free. All right, then, of course, SGP also facilitates in Nigeria government and CSO dialogue for policy and governance and for policy advocacy. Okay, she has moved it. But for the biodiversity credit in Nigeria, just like my colleagues have said, of course, there is nothing much that is happening now. The one that is taking the center stage is the carbon credit, and then the green bond, because I remember the government launched the green bond some time ago in Nigeria. So those are the two that are actually on the front burner in Nigeria. And that is the reason why we are actually interested in what is happening on the biodiversity credits. And we're hoping to see how we can continue to support and work with the different stakeholders on this. Of course, like I said, the government and the private sector are the ones that are mainly involved in carbon markets. Well, of course, some have thought that the oil and gas company just latched onto this for whitewashing. But of course, we will see what is happening about that. Then, of course, the stakeholders and experts currently are still identifying what to do and how to go about it. And then, of course, the challenges of this will be the entrance, like the question I asked in the morning. So how do we, for example, I mean, for instance, the SGP we have audience with the government, we have audience with the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and then, of course, with the civil society organizations, we have worked with almost 200 of them. And so we're just trying to see how we get into this and introduce this, and through which channel, or maybe all of them combined together. Of course, policy and governance will be another thing, because there is no way you could actually proceed to make so much impact without government support. So we will need this as well. And of course, standardization, and most importantly, based on what Madam Esther has been talking about, community involvement is very, very important. One of the things, let me just mention this, when you talked about national parks and like you are giving examples, so I can answer this one. One of the things we do in Nigeria, I met with the DG of National Park just last week, and we were still talking about it. The last time I spoke with him, I said, we are actually more interested because your own effort is to protect the national park. We are more interested in the communities that are surrounding the national park. How do they contribute to it? How do they benefit from it? They are the first culprits of any disaster from the national park. And then they live very close to this national park. So what will be their own responsibilities to the national parks? And these are some of the things we're talking about. And from that, there's one particular project that is ongoing now in Yankari. I always mix the two together. They have similar names. That's going on, and that we're supporting one of our NGOs. And the idea is to empower the community to be able to take over at least to some extent, the management of the park in one way or the other. Like I think WWF was giving an example during the meeting on Monday. So these are some of the experiences from Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, we are the last ones of the NCs, but not the least. My presentation was too long to be sent to Beatrice because I had to extract it from another previous presentation, but I'm going to be very quick because just like other countries, we haven't really engaged in the topic of biodiversity credits for communities, but we will start trying to find some entry points with the National Steering Committee and some of the partners, the communities and the grantees, the networks that we have in the country on where we can start these engagements, particularly under the ICCA phase 2, because South Africa just joined in the ICCA in this phase. So that to us is an entry point where we can program those potential projects. So just like the other countries, I'm not going to repeat that biodiversity projects or the portfolio of projects actually makes up the large chunk of our projects. I'm not going to repeat that. Sorry, there's been a lot that's been happening, so I didn't do my homework properly. Okay. Yeah, just to highlight to the people present here that the steering committee that we have is mainly the national government that is quite heavy in terms of what we're programming. They've got a very big influence in terms of the number of projects, not the number or the type of projects that we're supporting. So far, we started in 2001 and have supported over 160 projects across the country. And I think with the ending of JEF 7, this number could easily go up to 170. And with the ones that will soon be programming before the end of the year under JEF 8, the number might get to about 195. So in the technical committee, we do also have the university. It could be that once we start the phase 2 of ICA, maybe IEG rep might sit in there. It will all depend on exactly how the steering committee also responds to that proposal as well. So in terms of our country strategy formulation for JEF 8, these have been our focal areas. So that is mainly, the first one is supporting the implementation of the national biodiversity economy strategy of the country. And this is a very much transformative initiative that is trying to, like, I think Dashni, you heard Dashni the other day when she was making the opening remarks during the 8 billion hour pledge, the issue of engaging with a waiter who was working inside a restaurant in a park that is constantly serving these tourists, but doesn't see the value or the benefits that are accruing from the park and the tourists So many communities living around the protected areas don't really see the community benefits flowing to them. They only see it as a benefit flowing to the tourists. Even some of them, they might not even know the wild animals that are in the parks and how they can actually tap onto the benefits and make something out of that. So that's the idea why government gave us these resources to then support the transformation agenda of those national parks. It's mainly the two parks, the Kruger National Park that many of you know, and Isimangaliso. We had the Isimangaliso representative during the launch of the 8 billion hour pledge. So those people, majority of which are fisheries, they were displaced from the park a long time ago, and they've seen the park as more of a that the park favors the conservation and the protection of animals over their own life themselves. So there's been that engagement over the years in terms of exactly how can we co-manage and the benefits also accrue not only to the tourists, but also flow to the parks, communities living around the parks. So part of our resources for GEF8 as well is the prioritization of the sectors that were identified following some consultations with the government and also the NSC and also some networks is the water, waste, and energy. These are some of the country's priorities at the moment that you already know that the country has been experiencing a lot of load shedding. We call it load shedding. Waste management, whether it's circular economy, as well as water, particularly water pollution and water issues, particularly in the rural areas or people that are not serviced, or pollution issues there. And also, most importantly, is the early warning systems and disaster risk reduction in the KZN or KwaZulu-Natal area and the Eastern Cape region because of the recent flooding that has been very prone in those areas. So that is where we had earmarked our core resources under GEF8. So that's what is in our strategy at the moment. The ICA Phase 2 strategy is yet to be formulated and clarified with the with the NSC, but they are now aware of what might be coming, and we have alerted them of the potential for us to support the 8 billion hour pledge. I think that is more of a low-hanging fruit for us in terms of exactly how do we quantify the stewardship support or initiatives of communities towards that. And we might also need the guidance of the BCA or the IEG in terms of exactly how do we integrate that into the reporting elements of these projects and how can they be considered as part of the build-up into the pledge and stuff. I think the other colleagues have also mentioned some of the low-hanging fruits under the biodiversity credits as this unfolds, as the process unfolds, more on the capacity building of exactly what do we mean by biodiversity credits at a community level? Is there a way of simplifying these terms for people to really understand and not be confused even more and with less harm done even by the funders? We can even go out there with the intention of supporting, but at the end, we might even leave more harm with people getting more and more frustrated if these things are not well understood and clarified. So there is that importance of capacity building, not only to the communities, but also to ourselves, the awareness building, see also government dialogues. Yes, many of the documents, the NBSAPs are right at an advanced stage with government. They've done that one. Biofin, there is an opportunity for us to partner with an existing initiative that the country office is running. They have already established an investment portal with the National Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries that we have about 3 of our projects being showcased or uploaded onto that investment portal within the Biofin. The other issue is, should we then identify these biodiversity credits project or 8 billion hour projects within our existing landscapes that I mentioned? That is the Isimangaliso, Kruger, and the Ado region. This is where they are. They are very quiet, very fast and far away. So one is right, exactly where you went with Esther, probably maybe towards the left side in Thohoyandou. But the Vembe area is also covered there just a little bit. That's the Kruger node. We call them the biodiversity economy nodes. If we can find potential initiatives within that, because the corridors that we are targeting are people living within the buffer zone or in the margins of the Kruger National Park, and see how they can actually benefit from the park initiatives, whether it's through, I think there's quite a number of initiatives that government wanted us to focus on, and other stakeholders towards the transformative elements of the biodiversity economy strategy. And also in the Ismangaliso Wetland Park as one of your partners, IEG. Is there a way for us to actually then consolidate our support in support of the 8 billion hour pledge or the biodiversity credits within that node? I wouldn't know how that links with the fisheries or marine economy. I think that's another complexity that might come into the biodiversity conversation. And that area is very much a coastal landscape. So we need to find out exactly what are we talking about when it comes to fisheries, marine, and biodiversity credits. Same with Ado Elephant Park, similar to Kruger, but this one is more of a terrestrial and also more on the options as well. So those are the three nodes where we can identify some potential ones. I think the ICA, when we started talking, because we all know the Northern Cape is where many of the indigenous, so-called indigenous communities in the country are found. But considering the constraints that come with the ICA funding, at the moment we thought, let's rather focus on the existing ones and not create a fourth landscape, which is going to be very much heavy on not only for our country office, but also for the steering committee and the people that we need to support there, that they are quite remote. But it will all depend on exactly the additional support that will come through. So these are the notes. In terms of the process that we are at for Jeff 8, looking forward, we ran a call for video proposals. I think I heard earlier that you were talking about participatory videos, which are also, I think I went to a training in Cape Town some years ago. The idea was that we bounced it off the steering committee and they said, let's do something different, because many of the communities that we're working with, they struggle to understand, even when we go out and do the trainings on, this is what the proposal is saying, this is where you must fill in. People get overwhelmed with some of the jargons that we put in those documents, particularly your community-based organizations that are in the rural areas, not so much the bigger NGOs. So we did the video proposals across the nodes, and surprisingly, even the country office said the video proposals might actually exclude people that don't have the technologies or the smartphones. But it's amazing when there's money involved, people can go out there and look out for those technologies or a smartphone to record what they want to do. And that could be an approach that we use as well. Or for the ICAs, for the ICA proposals, we do not know. We still need to find out exactly what could be the potential working arrangement that is suitable for those communities. So we had a very high turnover of proposals across the nodes. I think we had about 97 proposals. We want to support about 12 to 15 projects across the three nodes. That's exactly how bad it was in terms of the hunger for support. And then the issue there is that there is a lot of support from park authorities. So we could tap on them. Also, maybe in the ICA, we do not know on exactly what kind of support we're going to find when we clarify those nodes, who can be there to assist them. In Vembe, when we worked previously, we had the university supporting people, potential applicants, understanding the log frames, the terminologies that we have in our proposals. And then by the end of December, we're hoping that we will have approved those 12 to 15 projects under the first tranche of our love. No, 97. Yeah, no, not 900. I think there was one country during our talks with the NCs that said 400 proposals, and I was like, whoa, we cry about only 90. But this is across the country. This is like, yeah. So yeah, we rely very much on partnerships in our landscapes, and they've been very instrumental in us reaching out to communities. The Department of Environment and Forestry, they co-finance many of the initiatives that we are running. The South African National Parks. Yesterday we were at Walter Sisulu National Botanical Gardens. This is Sandy. That's a very big institution in the country that also supports, most likely might be spearheading some of the frameworks of government on biodiversity credits. So there'll be our entry point in terms of understanding what these are, and if we have them as well in terms of our technical advisory, it will be very important. Then the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency, very much because we are working in the area in the Eastern Cape landscapes on ECO-DRR and the parks authorities. And they might also help us find some indigenous communities that we can identify for the ECA. Local municipalities as well, across the nodes, they've been very instrumental. And then the biofin linkages, like I mentioned, with the investment portal and the DFFE. So yeah, these are the areas. I don't want to go too much into them. I think that's it from my side. Let me not take too much of the time. Thank you so much.
Let's do the questions for the next 15 minutes. Is that okay? Go, you have a microphone there.
Thank you very much. I think I had already asked the first question when I'm not sure whether it was when Tanzania was presenting, but that question cuts across to all the UNDP representatives that are here. As I was listening to their presentations, I think they can assist each other in terms of answering that one. To Nigeria, I think that there's a lot of opportunities based on your presentation that needs us to be very innovative for us to try and start with the capacity building in terms of understanding biodiversity credits. And then, as UNDP, I think working with Michael, you need to then start identifying the pilot, and we discuss and we see how we can get funding to start piloting the project. To South Africa, I think there was one question that I was thinking about. What did I write? Yes, the marine economy, I know is about Ismangaliso and Ado Elephant. My question was that Ado Elephant, do you guys have got some projects that are currently running? Because if they're there, even though we cannot discuss everything now, I would like to understand so that I'm able to advise further in terms of how can we explore a possibility of also piloting a biodiversity credits. Thank you.
Oh, I thought that you wanted the microphone. No.
Okay, yeah, so just starting from the question at your last one. In the Ado region here, we've got 4 projects at the moment. We want to increase to 5 following this, the recent call that we ran under the GEF8. The ones that are currently running, I do not think they might be good candidates for biodiversity credits, because it's very much on the hospitality support for youth into the park nodes, on how the youth can benefit from that. The other one is a community co-managed, yeah, maybe that one could, Braakfontein. I'm not sure if you know of it, in the Amatole region. where they've got an abattoir and it's more of support the communities to benefit from the culling of animals there. Yeah.
Thank you, Nell. Do you have any of my colleagues?
I think there was a question that I've asked. I did not want to repeat it. It was about protecting the rights of indigenous peoples, especially in Tanzania.
So thank you so much. I think the question on rights of indigenous people is a big question everywhere. So with our small grants approach, we work with community-based organizations that work directly with these indigenous communities and local communities in terms of securing their, especially basic rights, e.g. Rights to land. So our support are designed to ensure that these local communities and indigenous communities have secured rights to land in terms of ensuring a secured land tenure system, including facilitating processes that will enable these people to secure some sort of customary rights of occupancy. So this is a recognition that in one way or another protect the land that is owned and used by these communities. But in Tanzania, it's a complex situation. Yes, we have much of the land is reserved, but due to increased advocacy by different people, organizations, the government in 1997 enacted two main laws related to land. So there's a National Land Act, which is governing the land at national level, basically the land that is owned by the central government. And then there's a specific Land Act, which is called the Village Land Act. So this is the Land Act that is governing all the land that is managed by villages. So under this act, the villages have the power to make decision, to plan about the land, but also attract investment and such issues. So this is a great recognition at national level. But in terms of forests that are managed by communities, there's a specific provision for a participatory approach where you have a national level areas that are concerned by the government, could be like watershed, potential areas for ecological value. And we have a specific category for community-based forest management, of which communities are the owners and managers of these forests in their areas. And they have the role to plan and utilize these forests. But with SGP, we are also working with community-based networks, because we cannot like solve all the challenges in our own with this small funding. So we have to work with community networks. And this is the only way to amplify their voices in terms of advocacy and the initiative at national level. But also, we have, there are lots of national level processes happening in terms of developing frameworks and other strategies at national level. So communities and IEPs are always left out to a large extent. So our funding is also helping to bridge this gap, ensuring active participation of communities in these national level processes. You also asked the second question about how to make sure that communities are part of the projects that we are developing over the next 4 years. So actually, we are not developing any projects. We just provide thematic areas. The project ideas come from the communities. So SGP role is to provide both technical and financial support for communities to realize this concept that they're developing. So you can imagine, even for communities that do not have these technical capacities, if we assess and find a good concept that is coming from them, the SGP provide what we call a planning grant for communities to be facilitated to develop their project idea into something that is bankable, fundable. So our role is really to get ideas from communities. So the project that are developed at communities are also approved at the local level if they align with local priorities. So our insist is to ensure that these community projects are aligned to the local priorities because they have to contribute. But we also put up a criteria to ensure that the project that we are funding are those that engage the wider community. So it's not only benefiting a few communities, but rather to attract and engage the wider communities, because we also expect in-kind co-financing from communities. This is just a small fund. Without co-financing from communities, you won't be able to achieve big impacts. There was a last question on how can IEG members join hands? And then I had to pull up this literal leaflet. Reading at your mission, the IEG promote ethical, equitable, and sustainable stewardship of nature governance frameworks. So as SGP, we will really benefit from your work in terms of providing the necessary frameworks that the IEG will be developing, but also you provide advice on the best way you can approach communities and work with communities. So this is a very important organ in shaping our way and shaping our models as SGP. So we'll keep consulting you, and this is the beginning of everything. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You were asked.
Thank you very much for the presentations. This is not a question, but I'm just curious from all the national coordinators. Almost we started, all the countries started sometime in the 90s. So by now, with this much of support and where exactly do we stand when it comes to sustainability of what has been done so far? Is it really sustainable, or what exactly we are looking at? So that's my, not question, I'm just curious.
Thank you so much for the questions. Maybe starting with Stas' question on the indigenous people's rights. Well, the Botswana has previously, in the previous regime, was not really recognizing the indigenous peoples, but taking them as local communities. It's only now that we've got a right-based president who now says, let's recognize them, or is still in the discussions towards that. So I think it will be profound going forward with the new administration. But in terms of us as SGP promoting the indigenous people, especially the San, because to us, the indigenous people are the San communities. We had a project that was a tripartite project between us, ourselves, Botswana, South Africa, and Namibia, where we documented the cultures of the San communities. We took them for South-South learning. They went to South Africa. They came to South Africa from Namibia and from Botswana so that they can learn and share ideas in terms of what the San communities are doing here in Namibia and doing in South Africa and doing in Botswana, so that there's that cross-pollination as one of the support that SGP has provided. The other question that you asked in terms of the 4-year project, it's a country program strategy that is developed through stakeholder engagement, and part of the indigenous people are part of the people who came up with areas that which they think small grants for the next 4 years should focus into. Then once that has been crafted into the country program strategies, now they can come up with initiatives, activities that which they feel should be supported in that line. So the 4-year program or project that you referenced, it's more on a stakeholder involved process that is shaping the direction in which each country should focus on going forward. Coming to my colleague's question on sustainability, it's a mixed bag. Some of the projects, they live for as long as the financing is there. Once that finances ends, now energy starts to figure out from the institutions. But in Botswana, what we realized, as one of my colleagues indicated, I'm not sure whether it's ANELO, we want to anchor our initiatives on the government programs that are already on the ground. One of the things that we do is that we want buy-in from from the government that is overseeing that particular resource. If it's wildlife, human-wildlife conflict initiatives, we want to see the Department of Wildlife in the picture of the proposal when they are doing that. If it's water resource rehabilitation initiative, we want to see the Department of Water Affairs in the picture in that. In that way, we have seen some level of initiatives having some bit of sustainability because the government is already on board going forward, such that when the project ends, now they can take over with the communities to indicate on that. But like I indicated, it's a mixed bag. Some of them, they are really not going that long. Some of them, they really go that long because there's that support from an existing initiative or an existing structure of the government that is there on the ground. Thank you.
So maybe just I wanted to comment on this sustainability before we go to Patita and Ronke, because when we've had every 4 years, we have an independent evaluation. And so one of the big global evaluations, which took 18 months, they looked at 26 countries. They found that the sustainability of SGP was significantly higher than other GEF investments. And they played around with the language, but that because of the community-based approach, communities don't leave. I mean, you know, they continue to live in the place where they are. So compared to these other bigger projects where you create a project structure with a, you know, a project management unit, and sometimes you just can't find anything after whereas, you know, you may go back to the community and you may not find everything that was, so sustainability is generally on the sort of a positive side of small grants. Having said that, it is a program which is about risk taking. So the whole point of small grants is that you can take larger risks to test things out than you can with the larger projects, which tend to be more risk averse, that they want to almost do the opposite of map everything and make it try and predict everything. So it's quite common and accepted that a number of projects are terminated before completion, sort of fail in the respect that, you know, the reports don't come in, and then it doesn't mean the project was a complete failure, but you move on to the, you know, so there's a kind of risk capital approach to it. And that's part of the portfolio design, which each of the national steering committees have their own thinking about that. I think just to pause for thought for tomorrow, that how we as SGP measure the in-kind contributions, the time, the hours. We were brainstorming yesterday as SGP when you were off in Venda about the history of how we measure that. I think tomorrow let's come back to this because it's really how we interface with the 8 billion hour pledge. Sorry, over to you, Patita.
Okay, thank you very much. I think sorry. Okay, yes. I think the first question, I think I answered that. I hope, yeah, I think I answered that about the community's stake in managing national park. Then the second one you mentioned about creative funding opportunities. I'm talking to Madam Esther. Yeah, about the creative funding opportunities, which you briefly mentioned. I think, yes, of course, I always tell even civil societies in Nigeria that we can always think out of the box. Let's come up with initiatives, creativity on how we can do better and make more impact. Unfortunately, we have some funders, or in quotes, some people that may be very, in fact, they will be very interested. I remember one of them has approached me, but they now went through another route, which of course eventually worked. And so we need to just, because if you go to some areas in Nigeria, the fact that they name you with this particular organization, they don't even want to know what happened. They don't want to know how good or how bad the relationship is. They are like, oh, you have joined them. And unfortunately, some of these, they have the capacity, they have the resources to do massive campaign and publicity. We are doing this, we are doing that. And you don't have that to say, this is how far it has been. So, but be that as it may, we still have to keep exploring how we can actually work together. Thank you.
Esther, I just wanted to support my brother's point and give you a very practical example of how SGP, how we knew of the SGP project and how it secured the area we currently are doing our biodiversity project in. We had identified, the area is right next to the park. It's a community land. It's okay. It's okay.
So because I'm a woman, I'm very privileged. I use left and right brain, same time.
Okay, okay, it's okay.
And it can
So
only
let's-
happen to women.
So what? So just back to the point, it was, we don't get the same thing. When the government of Kenya gets money from tourism and all this, it goes to the park and there is completely no benefits going to communities. And there has been a challenge of even the compensation for loss of wildlife, loss of life, it takes a long time. So when we had always wanted to do a carbon project in the area, but it was just, the visibility was not there. So our proposal to SGP in my country at that point was, we bordered more of securing the land rights of those people to be recognized as communities that contribute towards conservation. And so our proposal was on two things. First, to fund the lag period before projects are actually onboarded. Oh, you're clapping. Oh, I thought
Repeat
you were
it.
me.
Repeat that sentence because I don't think many of us did pick it up. She was too fast.
You know the way when you're preparing to find a project developer, you have an idea, you don't even know what carbon credits are, what are biodiversity credits. It takes a really long time before you even educate people, empower them, create awareness. So my idea was, this area was previously under lease program for conservation. So we requested SGP to fund the landowners who are covering that area. We were paying them $8 per acre per annum for a period of 2 years. And we used to pay them 3 times a year, just so as that lag period, before we could develop the project, that land is not sold. That land does not change hands. It does not convert to other uses. And they did fund the program, as well as supported the women to do their beadwork with beehive projects. So it was more of how do these people benefit from their own land as they wait for other financial mechanisms so to benefit from their land. It is de-risking. I didn't want to use the big term, but it's de-risking. Yeah, but basically that's what I'm trying to say. The communities that you're working with, look at just who is funding what and just tweak your proposal to suit what your SGP country the country program is all about. So Nancy did a fantastic job.
I think this is a message for the other national coordinators with the NSCs, is to be creative and take some risks with this. So putting money in a guarantee or this kind of upfront cost, which nobody else will pay, is what the Jeff wants to use Jeff money to take on the more risk that somebody else is not willing to take on.
I think that we have done an amazing job here. It's been a lot of information, a lot of effort, a lot of ideas on the table. And we all deserve to rest.